Chapter 5, Part 3 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 3 Myths of the Sun, Moon, and Stars. The death of Balder the Good, from the Norse Idas. This was an event which the Asas deemed of great importance. Balder the Good, having been tormented by terrible dreams, indicating that his life was in great peril, communicated them to the assembled gods, who, sorrow-stricken, resolved to conjure all things to avert from him the threatened danger. Then Frigg exacted an oath from fire and water, from iron and all other metals, as well as from stones, earths, diseases, beasts, birds, poisons, and creeping things, that none of them would do any harm to Balder. Still, Odin feared that the prosperity of the gods had vanished. He saddled his steed Sleipnir and rode down to Niflheim, where the dog from hell met him. It was bloody on the breast and barked a long time at Odin. Odin advanced. The earth trembled beneath him, and he came to the high dwelling of Hel. East of the door he knew the grave of the Vala was situated. Thither he rode and sang magic songs, Kval Galdra, until she unwillingly stood up and asked who disturbed her peace, after she had been lying so long covered with snow and wet with dew. Odin called himself Vegtam, a son of Valtam, and asked for whom the benches were strewn with rings and the couches were swimming in gold. She replied that the mead was brewed for Balder, but all the gods would despair. When Odin asked further who should be Balder's bane, she answered that Hoder would hurl the famous branch and become the bane of Odin's son. But Rind should give birth to a son who, only 1 night old, should wield a sword, and would neither wash his hands nor comb his hair before he had avenged his brother. But recognizing Odin by an enigmatical question, she said, "You are not Vegtam, as I believed, but you are Odin, the old ruler." Odin replied, "You are no Vala, but the mother of 3 giants." Then the Vala told Odin to ride home and boast of his journey, but assured him that no one should again visit her thus before Loki should be loosed from his chains and the ruin of the gods had come. When it had been made known that nothing in the world would harm Balder, it became a favorite pastime of the gods at their meetings to get Balder to stand up and serve them as a mark, some hurling darts at him, some stones, while others hewed at him with their swords and battle-axes. For whatever they did, none of them could harm him, and this was regarded by all as a great honor shown to Balder. But when Loki Louis Versan beheld the scene, he was sorely vexed that Balder was not hurt. Assuming, therefore, the guise of a woman, he went to Fensal, the mansion of Frigg. That goddess, seeing the pretended woman, inquired of her whether she knew what the gods were doing at their meetings. The woman, Loki, replied that they were throwing darts and stones at Balder without being able to hurt him. "Aye," said Frigg, "neither metal nor wood can hurt Balder, for I have exacted an oath from all of them." "What?" exclaimed the woman. "Have all things sworn to spare Balder?" "All things," replied Frigg. except one little shrub that grows on the eastern side of Valhall, and is called mistletoe, and which I thought too young and feeble to crave an oath from. As soon as Loki heard this, he went away, and resuming his natural form, pulled up the mistletoe and repaired to the place where the gods were assembled. There he found Hoder standing far to one side without engaging in the sport on account of his blindness. Loki, going up to him, said, "Why do not you also throw something at Balder?" "Because I am blind," answered Hoder, "and cannot see where Balder is, and besides I have nothing to throw at him." "Come then," said Loki, "do like the rest, and show honor to Balder by throwing this twig at him, and I will direct your arm toward the place where he stands." Hoder then took the mistletoe, and under the guidance of Loki darted it at Balder, who, pierced through and through, fell down lifeless. Surely never was there witnessed, either among gods or men, a more atrocious deed than this. When Balder fell, the gods were struck speechless with horror, and then they looked at each other, and all were of one mind to lay hands on him who had done the deed, but they were obliged to delay their vengeance out of respect for the sacred place of peace, where they were assembled. They at length gave vent to their grief by such loud lamentations that they were not able to express their grief to one another. Odin, however, felt this misfortune most severely, because he knew best how great was the mischief and the loss which the gods had sustained by the death of Balder. When the gods were a little composed, Frigg asked who among them wished to gain all her love and favor by riding to the lower world to try to find Balder, and offer a ransom to Hel if she would permit Balder to return to Asgard. Whereupon Hermod, surnamed the Nimble, offered to undertake the journey. Odin's horse Sleipnir was then led forth and prepared for the journey. Hermod mounted him and galloped hastily away. The gods then took the dead body of Balder and carried it to the sea, where lay Balder's ship, Ringhorn, which was the largest of all ships. But when they wanted to launch this ship, in order to make Balder's funeral pile on it, they were unable to move it from the place. In this predicament, they sent a message to Jotunheim for a certain giantess named Hyrkin, the smoking fire, who came riding on a wolf and had twisted serpents for her reins. As soon as she alighted, Odin ordered 4 berserks to hold her steed, but they were obliged to throw the animal down on the ground before they could manage it. Hyrkin then went to the prow of the ship, and with a single push set it afloat. But the motion was so violent that fire sparkled from the underlaid rollers and the whole world shook. Thor, enraged at the sight, grasped his mallet and would have broken the woman's skull had not the gods interceded for her. Balder's body was then carried to the funeral pile on board the ship, and this ceremony had such an effect upon Balder's wife Nanna, daughter of Nep, that her heart broke with grief, and her body was laid upon the same pile and burned with that of her husband. Thor stood beside the pile and consecrated it with his hammer Mjolnir. Before his feet sprang up a dwarf called Lit. Thor kicked him with his foot into the fire, so that he also was burned. There was a vast concourse of various kinds of people at Balder's funeral procession. First of all came Odin, accompanied by Frigg, the Valkyries and his ravens. Then came Frey in his chariot, drawn by the boar Gullinbursti, Goldbrush, or Slidrugtini, the sharp-toothed. Heimdall rode his horse Goldtop, and Freyja drove in her chariot drawn by cats. There were also a great number of frost giants and mountain giants present. Odin cast upon the funeral pile the famous ring Draupnir, which had been made for him by the dwarfs, and possessed the property of producing every 9th night 8 rings of equal weight. Baldur's horse, fully caparisoned, was also laid upon the pile and consumed in the same flames with the body of his master. Meanwhile, Hermod was proceeding on his mission. Of him it is to be related that he drove 9 days and as many nights through dark and deep valleys, so dark that he could not discern anything until he came to the river Gol and passed over the Jalar bridge over the river Gol, which is covered with glittering gold. Modgud, the maiden who kept the bridge, asked him his name and parentage, and added that the day before 5 fylkas, kingdoms, bands, of dead men had ridden over the bridge. But, she said, it did not shake as much beneath all of them together as it does under you alone, and you have not the complexion of the dead. Why then do you ride here on your way to hell? I ride to hell, answered Hermod, to seek for Balder. Have you perchance seen him pass this way? She replied that Balder had ridden over the Jalar bridge, and that the road to the abodes of death, to hell, lay downward and toward the north. Hermod then continued his journey until he came to the barred gates of hell. Then he alighted from his horse, drew the girths tighter, remounted him, and clapped both spurs into him. The horse cleared the gate with a tremendous leap without touching it. Hermod then rode forward to the palace, alighted, and went in, where he found his brother Balder occupying the most distinguished seat in the hall, and spent the night in his company. The next morning he entreated Hel, Death, to let Balder ride home with him, representing to her the sorrow which prevailed among the gods. Hel replied that it should now be tried whether Balder was so universally beloved as he was said to be. If, therefore, she added, all things in the world, the living as well as the lifeless, will weep for him, then he shall return to the gods. But if anything speak against him or refuse to weep, then Hel will keep him. After this Hermod rose up. Balder went with him out of the hall and gave him the ring Draupnir to present as a keepsake to Odin. Nanna sent Frigg a carpet, together with several other gifts, and to Fulla she sent a gold finger-ring. Hermod then rode back to Asgard and related everything that he had heard and witnessed. The gods upon this dispatched messengers throughout all the world to beseech everything to weep, in order that Balder might be delivered from the power of Hel. All things very willingly complied with the request, man, animals, the earth, stones, trees, and all metals, just as we see things weep when they come out of the frost into the warm air. When the messengers were returning, with the conviction that their mission had been quite successful, they found on their way home a giantess, ogress, Geiger, who called herself Thok. They bade her also weep Balder out of the dominion of Hel. But she answered, Thok will weep with dry tears for Balder's death. Neither in life nor in death gave he me gladness. Let Hel keep what she has. Battle between Ra and Anapef, or Apep in the underworld. Egyptian. Get thee back, depart, retreat from me, O Anapef. Withdraw, or thou shalt be drowned at the pool of Nu, at the place where thy father hath ordered that thy slaughter be performed. Depart thou from the divine place of birth of Ra, wherein is thy terror. I am Ra, who dwelleth in his terror. Get thee back, fiend, before the darts of his beams. Ra hath overthrown thy words, the gods have turned thy face backward, the lynx hath torn open thy breast, the scorpion hath cast fetters upon thee, and Maat hath sent forth thy destruction. Those who are in the ways have overthrown thee. Fall down and depart, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. O thou that passest over the region in the eastern part of heaven with the sound of the roaring thundercloud. O Ra, who openest the gates of the horizon straightway on thy appearance. Apep hath sunk helpless under thy gashings. I have performed thy will, O Ra. I have performed thy will. I have done that which is fair. I have done that which is fair. I have labored for the peace of Ra. I have made to advance thy fetters, O Ra, and Apep hath fallen through thy drawing them tight. The gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east, have fastened chains upon him, and they have fettered him with fetters. The god Reeks hath overthrown him, and the god Hurtit hath put him in chains. Ra setteth, Ra setteth. Ra is strong at his setting. Apep hath fallen. Apep, the enemy of Ra, departeth. Greater is the punishment which hath been afflicted on thee than the sting which is the scorpion goddess, and mightily hath she, whose course is everlasting, worked in upon thee, and with deadly effect. Thou shalt never enjoy the delights of love. Thou shalt never fulfill thy desire, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. He maketh thee to go back, O thou who art hateful to Ra. He looketh upon thee. Get thee back. He pierceth thy head. He cutteth through thy face. He divideth thy head at the two sides of the ways, and it is crushed in his land. Thy bones are smashed in pieces. Thy members are hacked off thee, and the god Acre hath condemned thee, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. Thy mariners are those who keep the reckoning for thee, O Ra. As thou advancest, and thou restest there within are the offerings made to thee. As thou advancest toward the house. Let not any baleful obstacle proceed from thy mouth against me when thou workest on my behalf. I am Set, who let loose the storm clouds and the thunder and the horizon of heaven. The story of Phoebus Apollo, Greek. Soon after his birth, the sun god spent a year among the Hyperborean, where for 6 continuous months of the year there is sunshine and spring, soft climate, profusion of herbs and flowers, and the very ecstasy of life. During this delay, the Delphians sang paeans, hymns of praise to Apollo, and danced in chorus about the tripod, or three-legged stool, where the expectant priestess of Apollo had taken her seat. At last, when the year was warm, came the god in his chariot drawn by swans, heralded by songs of springtide, of nightingales and swallows and crickets. Then the crystal fount of Castalia and the stream Cephissus overflowed their bounds, and mankind made grateful offerings to the god. But his advent was not altogether peaceful. An enormous serpent, Python, had crept forth from the slime with which, after the flood, the earth was covered. And in the caves of Mount Parnassus, this terror of the people lurked. Him Apollo encountered, and after fearful combat slew with arrows weapons which the god of the silver bow had not before used against any but feeble animals. In commemoration of this conquest, he instituted the Pythian games, in which the victor, in feats of strength, swiftness of foot, or in the chariot race, should be crowned with a wreath of beech leaves. In his conflict with another monster of darkness, Apollo had the assistance of his sister Artemis Diana. By their unerring fiery darts they subdued the giant Titus, who not only had obstructed the peaceful ways to the oracle of Delphi, but had ventured to insult the mother of the twin deities. Another event in the life of Apollo shows the fatal effect of his fiery darts upon a young friend, Hyacinthus. The god of the silver bow was in the habit of going with Hyacinthus when he went forth on his hunting and fishing expeditions, or upon tramps in the mountains. One day they decided to play a game of quoits together. Apollo, heaving aloft the discus with strength mingled with skill, sent it high and far. Hyacinthus, excited with the sport and eager to make his throw, ran forward to seize the missile, but it bounded from the earth and struck him in the forehead. He fainted and fell. The god, as pale as himself, raised him and tried all his art to staunch the wound and retain the flitting life, but in vain. As when one has broken the stem of a lily in the garden, it hangs its head and turns its flowers to the earth, so the head of the dying boy, as if too heavy for his neck, fell over on his shoulder. "Thou diest, Hyacinth," said Phoebus, "robbed of thy life by me. Would that I could die for thee. But since that may not be, my lyre shall celebrate thee, my song shall tell thy fate, and thou shalt become a flower inscribed with my regret." While the golden god spoke, the blood which had flowed on the ground and stained the herbage ceased to be blood, and a flower of hue more beautiful than Tyrian purple sprang up, resembling in shape the lily. Phoebus then, to confer still greater honor, marked the petals with his sorrow, inscribing "I upon them. The flower bears the name of Hyacinthus, and with returning spring revives the memory of his fate. Apollo was also a perfect magician in music. He helped Neptune, the god of the sea, to build the walls of the ancient and far-famed city of Troy simply by playing on his lyre. It is said that upon one occasion Pan had the temerity to compare his music with that of Apollo, and to challenge the god of the lyre to a trial of skill. The challenge was accepted, and Tmolus, the mountain god, was chosen umpire. The senior took his seat and cleared away the trees from his ears to listen. At a given signal, Pan blew on his pipes, and with his rustic melody gave great satisfaction to himself and his faithful follower Midas, who happened to be present. Then Tmolus turned his head toward the sun god, and all his trees turned with him. Apollo rose, his brow wreathed with Parnassian laurel, while his robe of Tyrian purple swept the ground. In his left hand he held the lyre, and with his right hand struck the strings. Tmolus at once awarded the victory to the lyric god, and all but Midas acquiesced in the judgment. He dissented and questioned the justice of the award, and Apollo promptly transformed his depraved pair of ears into those of an ass. The story of Artemis and Orion. Greek. Orion, the son of Neptune, was a giant and mighty hunter, whose prowess and manly favor gained for him the rare good will of Artemis. It is related that he loved Merope, the daughter of Oenopion, king of Chios, and sought her in marriage. He cleared the island of wild beasts and brought the spoils of the chase as presents to his beloved. But as Oenopion constantly deferred his consent, Orion attempted to gain possession of the maiden by violence. Her father, incensed at this conduct, made Orion drunk, deprived him of his sight, and cast him out on the seashore. The blinded hero, instructed by an oracle to seek the rays of morning, followed the sound of a Cyclops' hammer till he reached Lemnos, where Vulcan, taking pity on him, gave him Sedalion, one of his men, to be his guide to the abode of the sun. Placing Sedalion on his shoulders, Orion proceeded to the east, and there, meeting the sun god, was restored to sight by his beam. After this, he used to go hunting with Artemis, much to the displeasure of Apollo, who did not like his sister to make such a friend of Orion. One day, therefore, observing Orion as he walked through the sea, with his head just above water, Apollo pointed out the black object to his sister, and maintained that she could not hit it. The archer goddess discharged a shaft with fatal aim. The waves rolled the dead body of Orion to the land. Then, bewailing with many tears the death of her friend, Artemis placed him among the stars, where he appears as a giant, with a girdle, sword, lion's skin, and club. Sirius, his dog, follows him, and the Pleiades fly before him. In the beginning of winter, all through the night, Orion follows the chase across the heavens, but with dawn he sinks toward the waters of his father Neptune. In the beginning of summer he may be seen, with daybreak, in the eastern sky, till Artemis draws again her darts and slays him. The myths of the stars are almost as numerous as those of the sun and moon, and exist everywhere. A very prevalent idea in regard to them is that human beings are transformed into stars. For example, in Australia, they say that the god Punjel made stars of all the good men and women after the deluge. In Greek mythology, the gods very frequently turned men and women into stars. Both in Australia and Greece, the stars the Greeks called, and we now know as Castor and Pollux, were two young men. In the first case, they are said to be two hunters. In the second, they were two brothers so famous for their brotherly love that Zeus, desiring to make their memory immortal, placed them both among the stars. Sometimes a human being or an animal is transformed into a whole constellation or group of stars. The story told about the constellations of the Great Bear and the Little Bear in Greece is that once a nymph, Callisto, of the train of Artemis, who fell in love, was changed into a bear by Juno. One day long after, she saw a youth hunting and recognized him as her own son. She stopped and wanted to embrace him, but her son, not recognizing her in her bear form, was on the point of transfixing her when Zeus arrested the crime and, snatching away both of them, placed them in the heavens as the Great Bear and the Little Bear. The story of Orion's translation into a constellation has already been given. Around the group of stars called the Pleiades cluster many legends. Of this group of 7 stars, one is so dim that it seems entirely to disappear. A South Australian legend tells that the Pleiades were a queen and her 6 attendants. The crow fell in love with the queen, who refused to be his wife. The crow, however, found that the queen and her 6 maidens were in the habit of hunting for white edible grubs in the bark of trees. The crow at once changed himself into a grub and hid in the bark of a tree. The 6 maidens sought to pick him out with their wooden hooks, but he broke the points of all the hooks. Then came the queen with her pretty bone hook. He let himself be drawn out, took the shape of a giant, and ran away with her. Ever since, there have only been 6 stars and 6 maidens in the Pleiades. According to a Greek myth, the Pleiades, who still fly before Orion in the heavens, were daughters of Atlas and nymphs of the train of Artemis. One day they were pursued by the giant hunter Orion, and being very much frightened, they prayed to the gods to change their form. Zeus heard their prayers, changed them into pigeons, and placed them among the stars. Though their number was 7, only 6 stars are now visible, for it is said Electra left the place that she might not behold the ruin of Troy, which had been founded by her son, Dardanus. The sight had such an effect on her sisters that they blanched, and have been pale ever since. But Electra became a comet. Her hair floating wildly, she still ranges inconsolably the expanse of heaven. The prettiest notion in regard to the stars is that they are the souls of the dead. In Germany, for example, they thought that when a child died, God made a new star. The North American Indians are particularly fond of star myths, and they have invented some charming star stories. According to them, stars might come down and talk to men, after the manner of one whose story is given below. It came down and told a hunter where to find game. Some of the animal constellations among the stars are evidently metamorphosed totems, for there is a widespread belief that these star animals or men were the ancestors of the people, and that ages ago they had been lifted up to heaven. The Milky Way is described by the Indians sometimes as the path of spirits and the road of souls, sometimes as the road of birds along which the souls of the good go flitting like birds to dwell at last in heaven in peace. Story of the Child and the Star. Iowa Indian. Many years ago, a child, when very young, observed a star in the heavens that attracted him more than any others. As the child grew to manhood, his attachment increased. His thoughts dwelt continually on this beauty of the night. One day, while hunting, as he sat down, travel-worn and weary with his ill success, his beloved star appeared to him and comforted him with encouraging words, and then conducted him to a place where he found a great plenty and variety of game. From this time the young man showed a wonderful improvement in the art of hunting, and soon became celebrated in this pursuit. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 5, Part 4 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 4. Myths of the Sun, Moon, and Stars. Osseo, the son of the evening star, North American Indian. There once lived an Indian in the north who had 10 daughters, all of whom grew up to womanhood. They were noted for their beauty, especially Oweenee, the youngest, who was very independent in her way of thinking. She was a great admirer of romantic places, and spent much of her time with the flowers and winds and clouds in the open air. Though the flower were homely, if it was fragrant, though the wind were rough, if it was healthful, and though the cloud were dark, if it embosomed the fruitful rain, she knew how, in spite of appearances, to acknowledge the good qualities concealed from the eye. She paid very little attention to the many handsome young men who came to her father's lodge for the purpose of seeing her. Her elder sisters were all sought in marriage, and one after the other they went off to dwell in the lodges of their husbands. But Oweenee was deaf to all proposals of the kind. At last she married an old man called Osseo, who was scarcely able to walk, and who was too poor to have things like others. The only property he owned in the world was the walking staff which he carried in his hand. Though thus poor and homely, Osseo was a devout and good man, faithful in all his duties, and obedient in all things to the Good Spirit. Of course they jeered and laughed at Oweenee on all sides, but she seemed to be quite happy, and said to them, "It is my choice, and you will see in the end who has acted the wisest." They made a special mock of the walking staff, and scarcely an hour in the day passed that they did not make some disparaging reference to it. Among themselves they spoke of Osseo of the walking staff in derision, as the owner of the big woods or the great timberman. "True," said Oweenee, "it is but a simple stick, but as it supports the steps of my husband, it is more precious to me than all the forests of the north." A time came when the sisters and their husbands and their parents were all invited to a feast. As the distance was considerable, they doubted whether Osseo, so aged and feeble, would be able to undertake the journey. But in spite of their friendly doubts, he joined them and set out with a good heart. As they walked along the path, they could not help pitying their young and handsome sister who had such an unsuitable mate. She, however, smiled upon Osseo, and kept with him by the way the same as if he had been the comeliest bridegroom in all the company. Osseo often stopped and gazed upward, but they could perceive nothing in the direction in which he looked, unless it was the faint glimmering of the evening star. They heard him muttering to himself as they went along, and one of the elder sisters caught the words, "Pity me, my father." "Poor old man," said she, "he is talking to his father. What a pity it is that he would not fall and break his neck, that our sister might have a young husband." Presently, as they came to a great rock where Osseo had been used to breathe his morning and his evening prayer, the star emitted a brighter ray, which shone directly in his face. Osseo, with a sharp cry, fell trembling to the earth where the others would have left him. But his good wife raised him up, and he sprang forward on the path, and with steps light as the reindeer he led the party, no longer decrepit and infirm, but a beautiful young man. On turning around to look for his wife, behold, she had become changed at the same moment into an aged and feeble woman, bent almost double, and walking with the staff which he had cast aside. Osseo immediately joined her, and with looks of fondness and the tenderest regard, bestowed on her every endearing attention, and constantly addressed her by the term of Nini Musha, or my sweetheart. As they walked along, whenever they were not gazing fondly in each other's face, they bent their looks on heaven, and a light, as if of far-off stars, was in their eyes. On arriving at the lodge of the hunter with whom they were to feast, they found the banquet ready, and as soon as their entertainer had finished his harangue, in which he told them his feasting was in honor of the evening or woman's star, they began to partake of the portion dealt out, according to age and character, to each one of the guests. The food was very delicious, and they were all happy but Osseo, who looked at his wife, and then gazed upward, as if he were looking into the substance of the sky. Sounds were soon heard, as if from far-off voices in the air, and they became plainer and plainer, till he could clearly distinguish some of the words. my son," said the voice, "I have seen your afflictions, and pity your wants. I come to call you away from a scene that is stained with blood and tears. The earth is full of sorrows. Wicked spirits, the enemies of mankind, walk abroad and lie in wait to ensnare the children of the sky. Every night they are lifting their voices to the power of evil, and every day they make themselves busy in casting mischief in the hunter's path. You have long been their victim, but you shall be their victim no more. The spell you were under is broken. Your evil genius is overcome. I have cast him down by my superior strength, and it is this strength I now exert for your happiness. Ascend, my son, ascend into the skies, and partake of the feast I have prepared for you in the stars, and bring with you those you love. The food set before you is enchanted and blessed. Fear not to partake of it. It is endowed with magic power to give immortality to mortals, and to change men to spirits. Your bowls and kettles shall no longer be wood and earth. The one shall become silver, and the other pure gold. They shall shine like fire and glisten like the most beautiful scarlet. Every female shall also change her state and looks, and no longer be doomed to laborious tasks. She shall put on the beauty of the starlight and become a shining bird of the air. She shall dance and not work. She shall sing and not cry. My beams, continued the voice, shine faintly on your lodge, but they have power to transform it into the lightness of the skies and decorate it with the colors of the clouds. Come, Osseo, my son, and dwell no longer on earth. Think strongly on my words, and look steadfastly at my beams. My power is now at its height. Doubt not, delay not. It is the voice of the spirit of the stars that calls you away to happiness and celestial rest. The words were intelligible to Osseo, but his companions thought them some far-off sounds of music or birds singing in the woods. Very soon the lodge began to shake and tremble, and they felt it rising into the air. It was too late to run out, for they were already as high as the tops of the trees. Osseo looked around him as the lodge passed through the topmost boughs, and behold, their wooden dishes were changed into shells of a scarlet color, the poles of the lodge to glittering rods of silver, and the bark that covered them into the gorgeous wings of insects. A moment more, and his brothers and sisters, and their parents and friends were transformed into birds of various plumage. Some were jays, some partridges and pigeons, and others gay singing birds who hopped about, displaying their many-colored feathers and singing songs of cheerful note. But his wife, Owini, still kept her earthly garb, and exhibited all the indications of extreme old age. He again cast his eyes in the direction of the clouds, and uttered the peculiar cry which had given him the victory at the rock. In a moment the youth and beauty of his wife returned. Her dingy garments assumed the shining appearance of green silk, and her staff was changed into a silver feather. The lodge again shook and trembled, for they were now passing through the uppermost clouds, and they immediately after found themselves in the evening star, the residence of Osseo's father. "My son," said the old man, "hang that cage of birds which you have brought along in your hand at the door, and I will inform you why you and your wife have been sent for." Osseo obeyed, and then took his seat in the lodge. "Pity was shown to you," resumed the king of the star, "on account of the contempt of your wife's sisters, who laughed at her ill fortune, and ridiculed you while you were under the power of that wicked spirit whom you overcame at the rock. That spirit lives in the next lodge, being the small star you see on the left of mine, and he has always felt envious of my family because we had greater power, and especially because we had committed to us the care of the female world. He failed in many attempts to destroy your brothers and sisters-in-law, but succeeded at last in transforming yourself and your wife into decrepit old persons. You must be careful and not let the light of his beams fall on you while you are here, for therein lies the power of his enchantment. A ray of light is the bow and arrow he uses." Osseo lived happy and contented in the parental lodge, and in due time his wife presented him with a son who grew up rapidly and in the very likeness of Osseo himself. He was very quick and ready in learning everything that was done in his grandfather's dominions, but he wished also to learn the art of hunting, for he had heard that this was a favorite pursuit below. To gratify him, his father made him a bow and arrows, and he then let the birds out of the cage that he might practice in shooting. In this pastime he soon became expert, and the very first day he brought down a bird. But when he went to pick it up, To his amazement, it was a beautiful young woman with the arrow sticking in her breast. It was one of his younger aunts. The moment her blood fell upon the surface of that pure and spotless planet, the charm was dissolved. The boy immediately found himself sinking, although he was partly upheld by something like wings until he passed through the lower clouds, and he then suddenly dropped upon a high, breezy island in a large lake. He was pleased, on looking up, to see all his aunts and uncles following him in the form of birds, and he soon discovered the silver lodge with his father and mother, descending with its waving tassels fluttering like so many insects' gilded wings. It rested on the loftiest cliffs of the island, and there they fixed their residence. They all resumed their natural shapes, but they were diminished to the size of fairies. And as a mark of homage to the king of the evening star, they never failed on every pleasant evening during the summer season to join hands and dance upon the top of the rocks. These rocks were quickly observed by the Indians to be covered in moonlight evenings with a larger sort of ininees or little men, and were called Mish-ini-mak-inakong, or little spirits, and the island is named from them to this day. Their shining lodge can be seen in the summer evenings when the moon beams strongly on the pinnacles of the rocks, and the fishermen who go near those high cliffs at night have even heard the voices of the happy little dancers. And Osseo and his wife, as fondly attached to each other as ever, always lead the dance. The Wandering Star, a Chippewa legend. A quarrel arose among the stars when one of them was driven from its home in the heavens and descended to the earth. It wandered from one path to another and was seen hovering over the campfires when the people were preparing to sleep. Among all the people in the world, only one could be found who was not afraid of this star, and this was a daughter of a Chippewa. She was not afraid of the star, but admired and loved it. When she awoke in the night, she always beheld it, for the star loved the maiden. In midsummer, the young girl, on going into the woods for berries, lost her way when a storm arose. Her cries for rescue were answered only by the frogs. A lonely night came when she looked for her star in vain. The storm overcast the sky, and at length caught her in its fury and bore her away. Many seasons passed, during which the star was seen, dimmed and wandering in the sky. At length, one autumn, it disappeared. Then a hunter saw a small light hanging over the water within the marshland in which he was hunting. He returned to announce the strange sight. That, said the old wise man, was the star driven from heaven, now wandering in search of our lost maiden, our beautiful child of the Chippewas. The Daughters of the Stars, North American Indian. Wappi, or the white hawk, lived in a remote part of the forest, where animals abounded. Every day he returned from the chase with a large spoil, for he was one of the most skillful and lucky hunters of his tribe. His form was like the cedar. The fire of youth beamed from his eye. There was no forest too gloomy for him to penetrate, and no track made by bird or beast of any kind which he could not readily follow. One day he had gone beyond any point which he had ever before visited. He traveled through an open wood, which enabled him to see a great distance. At length he beheld a light breaking through the foliage of the distant trees, which made him sure that he was on the borders of a prairie. It was a wide plain, covered with long blue grass, and enameled with flowers of 1,000 lovely tints. After walking for some time without a path, musing upon the open country, and enjoying the fragrant breeze, he suddenly came to a ring worn among the grass and the flowers, as if it had been made by footsteps moving lightly round and round. But it was strange, so strange as to cause the white hawk to pause and gaze long and fixedly upon the ground. There was no path which led to this flowery circle. There was not even a crushed leaf, nor a broken twig, nor the least trace of a footstep approaching or retiring to be found. He thought he would hide himself and lie in wait to discover, if he could, what this strange circle meant. Presently he heard the faint sounds of music in the air. He looked up in the direction they came from, and as the magic notes died away, he saw a small object, like a little summer cloud that approaches the earth, floating down from above. At first it was very small, and seemed as if it could have been blown away by the first breeze that came along, but it rapidly grew as he gazed upon it, and the music every moment came clearer and more sweetly to his ear. As it neared the earth, it appeared as a basket, and it was filled with 12 sisters of the most lovely forms and enchanting beauty. As soon as the basket touched the ground, they leaped out and began straightway to dance in the most joyous manner around the magic ring, striking as they did so a shining ball, which uttered the most ravishing melodies and kept time as they danced. The white hawk, from his concealment, entranced, gazed upon their graceful forms and movements. He admired them all, but he was most pleased with the youngest. He longed to be at her side, to embrace her, to call her his own, and unable to remain longer a silent admirer, he rushed out and endeavored to seize this 12th beauty who so enchanted him. But the sisters, with the quickness of birds, the moment they descried the form of a man, leaped back into the basket and were drawn up into the sky. Lamenting his ill luck, Waupee gazed longingly upon the fairy basket as it ascended and bore the lovely sisters from his view. "They are gone," he said, "and I shall see them no more." He returned to his solitary lodge, but he found no relief to his mind. He walked abroad, but to look at the sky, which had withdrawn from his sight the only being he had ever loved, was painful to him now. The next day, selecting the same hour, the white hawk went back to the prairie and took his station near the ring. In order to deceive the sisters, he assumed the form of an opossum, and sat among the grass as if he were there engaged in chewing the cud. He had not waited long when he saw the cloudy basket descend, and heard the same sweet music falling as before. He crept slowly toward the ring, but the instant the sisters caught sight of him, they were startled and sprang into their car. It rose a short distance when one of the elder sisters spoke. "Perhaps," she said, "it has come to show us how the game is played by mortals." "Oh, no," the youngest replied. "Quick, let us ascend." And all joining in a chant, they rose out of sight. Waupee, casting off his disguise, walked sorrowfully back to his lodge. But the night seemed very long to lonely White Hawk. His whole soul was filled with the thought of the beautiful sister. Betimes the next day he returned to the haunted spot hoping and fearing and sighing as though his very soul would leave his body in its anguish. He reflected upon the plan he should follow to secure success. He had already failed twice. To fail a third time would be fatal. Near by he found an old stump, much covered with moss, and just then in use as the residence of a number of mice, who had stopped there on a pilgrimage to some relatives on the other side of the prairie. The white hawk was so pleased with their tidy little forms that he thought he too would be a mouse, especially as they were by no means formidable to look at and would not be at all likely to create alarm. He, accordingly, having first brought the stump and set it near the ring, without further notice became a mouse, and peeped and sported about, and kept his sharp little eyes busy with the others. But he did not forget to keep one eye up toward the sky, and one ear wide open in the same direction. It was not long before the sisters, at their customary hour, came down and resumed their sport. "But see," cried the younger sister, "that stump was not there before." She ran off, frightened, toward the basket. Her sisters only smiled, and gathering round the old tree stump, they struck it, in jest, when out ran the mice, and among them Waupee. They killed them all but one, which was pursued by the younger sister. Just as she had raised a silver stick, which she held in her hand to put an end to it too, the form of the white hawk arose, and he clasped his prize in his arms. The other 11 sprang to their basket and were drawn up to the skies. Waupee exerted all his skill to please his bride and win her affections. He wiped the tears from her eyes. He related his adventures in the chase. He dwelt upon the charms of life on the earth. He was constant in his attentions, keeping fondly by her side, and picking out the way for her to walk as he led her gently toward his lodge. He felt his heart glow with joy as he entered it, and from that moment he was one of the happiest of men. Winter and summer passed rapidly away, and as the spring drew near with its balmy gales and its many-colored flowers, their happiness was increased by the presence of a beautiful boy in their lodge. What more of earthly blessing was there for them to enjoy? Waupee's wife was a daughter of one of the stars, and as the scenes of earth began to pall upon her sight, she sighed to revisit her father. But she was obliged to hide these feelings from her husband. She remembered the charm that would carry her up, and while White Hawk was engaged in the chase, she took occasion to construct a wicker basket which she kept concealed. In the meantime, she collected such rarities from the earth as she thought would please her father, as well as the most dainty kinds of food. One day, when Waupee was absent, and all was in readiness, she went out to the charmed ring, taking with her her little son. As they entered the car, she commenced her magical song, and the basket rose. The song was sad and of a lowly and mournful cadence, and as it was wafted far away by the wind, it caught her husband's ear. It was a voice which he well knew, and he instantly ran to the prairie. Though he made breathless speed, he could not reach the ring before his wife and child had ascended beyond his reach. He lifted up his voice in loud appeals, but they were unavailing. The basket still went up. He watched it till it became a small speck, and finally it vanished in the sky. He then bent his head down to the ground and was miserable. Through a long winter and a long summer, Waupe bewailed his loss, but he found no relief. The beautiful spirit had come and gone, and he should see it no more. He mourned his wife's loss sorely, but his son's still more, for the boy had both the mother's beauty and the father's strength. In the meantime, his wife had reached her home in the stars, and in the blissful employments of her father's house she had almost forgotten that she had left a husband upon the earth. But her son, as he grew up, resembled more and more his father, and every day he was restless and anxious to visit the scene of his birth. His grandfather said to his daughter one day, "Go, my child, and take your son down to his father, and ask him to come up and live with us. But tell him to bring along a specimen of each kind of bird and animal he kills in the chase." She accordingly took the boy and descended. The white hawk, who was ever near the enchanted spot, heard her voice as she came down the sky. His heart beat with impatience as he saw her form and that of his son, and they were soon clasped in his arms. He heard the message of the star, and he began to hunt with the greatest activity, that he might collect the presents with all dispatch. He spent whole nights as well as days in searching for every curious and beautiful animal and bird. He only preserved a foot, a wing, or a tail of each. When all was ready, Waupe visited once more each favorite spot: the hilltop whence he had been used to see the rising sun, the stream where he had sported as a boy, the old lodge, now looking sad and solemn, which he was to sit in no more, and last of all, coming to the magic circle, he gazed widely around him with tearful eyes, and taking his wife and child by the hand, they entered the car and were drawn up into a country far beyond the flight of birds or the power of mortal eye to pierce. Great joy was manifested upon their arrival at the starry plains. The Star Chief invited all his people to a feast, and when they had assembled, he proclaimed aloud that each one might continue as he was, an inhabitant of his own dominions, or select of the earthly gifts such as he liked best. A very strange confusion immediately arose. Not one but sprang forward. Some chose a foot, some a wing, some a tail, and some a claw. Those who selected tails or claws were changed into animals and ran off. The others assumed the form of birds and flew away. Waupe chose a white hawk's feather. His wife and son followed his example, and each one became a white hawk. He spread his wings, and followed by his wife and son, descended with the other birds to the earth, where he is still to be found with the brightness of the starry plains in his eyes and the freedom of the heavenly breezes in his wings. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1 Myths of the Sky and Air. The sky and the air are identified with the highest conceptions of divinity reached in the myths either of savage or more cultured races. The Great Spirit of the North American Indians was the god of the sky. Varuna, the all-seeing, merciful god of the Hindus, was the god of the vault of heaven. Zeus, the supreme god of the Greeks, was the sky god. Also Odin, the great god in Norse mythology, although above him was a mysterious, unnameable god. Ormuzd in Persian mythology, Rangi in Polynesian, in Japan, the invisible lord of the middle heaven. Closely related in power to the gods of the sky are the gods of wind or storm. Sometimes the god of the sky is himself the wielder of the thunder, as in the case of Zeus. And sometimes there is a special god of storm or thunder, as the Indra of the Hindus, or the Thor of the Norsemen. In Indian myths, Manabozho often wielded the thunder and lightning, and he has contests with another god of the air, Paupokewis, the wind, a personage full of mischief, as wind gods are apt to be, like the Greek Hermes. The personification of wind and thunder as birds is very common, and many a quaint tale results from this mythical idea. The Sioux Indians believed in a god, Wakinyan, in the form of a large bird whose flapping wings made the thunder. He lived in the far, far west, on a mound rising from a mountain top. To his tent there are 4 openings, in which there are sentinels clothed in red down. At the east is a butterfly, at the west a bear, a fawn is at the south, and a reindeer is at the north. He fashioned the first spear and tomahawk, and attempted to kill the offspring of Oantehi, his bitter enemy. If Oantehi came near the surface of the earth, then Wakinyan would fire a hot thunderbolt at him. Another of his enemies was Chehoterda, the god of the forest. It was said that the god of thunder often came racing along, hurling lightning at a tree to kill the forest god, who, having been warned, had taken refuge in the water. Then Chehoterda would ascend a tree and hurl his lightning at his adversary to bring him down to submission. Another thunderbird is Sotuch, believed in by the natives of Vancouver's Island. He is a mighty bird, dwelling aloft and far away, the flap of whose wings makes the thunder, and his tongue is the forked lightning. There were once 4 of these birds in the land, and they fed on whales. But the great deity Quateat, entering into a whale, enticed one thunderbird after another to swoop down and seize him with his talons. Then he would plunge to the bottom of the sea and drown it. Thus 3 of them perished, but the last one spread his wings and flew to the distant height where he has since remained. The Dakotas say that thunder is a large bird flying through the air. Its bright tracks are seen in the air before you hear the clapping of its wings. The old bird begins the thunder, but its rumbling noise is caused by an immense quantity of young birds or thunders that do the mischief. They are like the young, mischievous men that will not listen to good counsel. The old thunder is wise and good, and does not kill anybody nor do any kind of mischief. The chief god of the Brazilians is a large bird who sweeps over the heavens, watching his children and watering their crops. He warns them of his presence by the mighty sound of his voice, the rushing of his wings, and the flash of his eye. This interesting bird is worshipped in a way befitting his nature. A dry gourd is filled with pebbles and decked with feathers and arrows, which is rattled vigorously to symbolize the drama of the storm. This curious implement has another element of interest in the fact that it is one of the earliest forms of musical instrument. An equally remarkable variety of bird is the wind bird, who wings his way through all mythologies in one form or another. Although the wind in Greece had risen to man's estate, it was still represented as having wings. Even the wind god Hermes, far removed as he is from the savage idea of the wind, could not get along without wings for his feet and head. Zeus also has a raven for his messenger, and Odin has the ravens Hugin and Munin, who fly every day over the whole world and report to him on their return what they have seen. Besides, there is a Norse god of the winds, a giant who sits in the northern extremity of heaven, clad in eagle's plumes. When he spreads out his wings for flight, the winds arise from under them. The thunder, however, like the wind, even among savages, is sometimes personified as men, as in the following Algonquin stories. How a hunter visited the thunder spirits who dwell in Mount Katahdin. Passamaquoddy. Nicarnayu. Of old times. Once an Indian went forth to hunt, and he departed from the east branch of the Penobscot and came to the head of another branch that leads into the east branch, and this he followed even to the foot of Mount Katahdin. And there he hunted many a day alone, and met none, till one morning in midwinter he found the track of snowshoes. So he returned to his camp, but the next day he met with it again in a far distant place. And thus it was that wherever he went, this track came to him every day. Then, noting this as a sign to be observed, he followed it, and it went up the mountain Katahdin, which, being interpreted, means the great mountain, until at last it was lost in a hard snowshoe road made by many travelers. And since it was hard and even, he took off his agamuk, or snowshoes, and went ever on and up with the road. And it was a strange path, and strange was its ending, for it stopped just before a high ledge, like an immense wall on a platform at its foot. And there were many signs there, as of many people, yet he saw no one. And as he stayed, it seemed to grow stranger and stranger. At last he heard a sound as of footsteps coming, yet within the wall, when lo, a girl stepped directly out of the precipice upon the platform. But though she was beautiful beyond belief, he was afraid. And to his every thought she answered in words, and that so sweetly and kindly and cleverly that he was soon without fear, though he saw that she had powerful metulin, or great magic power. And they, being soon pleased one with the other, and wanting each other, she bade him accompany her, and that by walking directly through the rock. "Have no fear," said she, "but advance boldly." So he obeyed, and lo, the rock was as the air, and it gave way as he went on. And ever as they went the maiden talked to him, answering his thoughts, so that he spoke not aloud. And anon they came to a great cavern far within, and there was an old man seated by a fire, and the old man welcomed him. And he was very kindly treated by the strange pair all day. In all his life he had never been so happy. Now, as the night drew near, the old man said to his daughter, "Can you hear aught of your brothers?" Then she went out to the terrace, and returning said no. Then anon he asked her again, and she, going and returning as before, replied, "Now I hear them coming." Then they listened, when lo, there came, as at the door without, a crash of thunder with a flash of lightning, and out of the light stepped two young men of great beauty, but like giants, stupendous and of awful mien. And like their father, their eyebrows were of stone, while their cheeks were as rocks. And the hunter was told by their sister that when they went forth, which was every few days, their father said to them, "Sons, arise, it is time now for you to go forth over the world and save our friends. Go not too near the trees, but if you see aught that is harmful to those whom we love, strike and spare not." Then when they went forth, they flew on high among the clouds. And thus it is that the thunder and lightning, whose home is in the mighty Katahdin, are made. And when the thunder strikes, the brothers are shooting at the enemies of their friends. Now when the day was done, the hunter returned to his home, and when there found he had gone 7 years. All this I have heard from the old people who are dead and gone. The Thunder and Lightning Men, Passamaquoddy. This is truly an old Indian story of old time. Once an Indian was whirled up by the roaring wind. He was taken up in a thunderstorm and set down again in the village of the Thunders. In after times he described them as very like human beings. They used bows and arrows, tabok, and had wings. But these wings can be laid aside and kept for use. And from time to time their chief gives these thunders orders to put them on, and tells them where to go. He also tells them how long they are to be gone, and warns them not to go too low, for it is sure death for them to be caught in the crotch of a tree. The great chief of the Thunders, hearing of the stranger's arrival, sent for him, and received him very kindly, and told him that he would do well to become one of them. To which the man, being willing, the chief soon after called all his people together to see the ceremony of thunderfying the Indian. Then they bade him go into a square thing or box, and while in it he lost his senses and became a thunder. Then they brought him a pair of wings, and he put them on. So he flew about like the rest of the thunders. He became quite like them, and followed all their ways. And he said that they always flew toward the Sioux and Snook, or south, and that the roar and crash of the thunder was the sound of their wings. Their great amusement is to play at ball across the sky. When they return, they carefully put away their wings for their next flight. There is a big bird in the south, and this they are always trying to kill, but never succeed in doing so. They made long journeys and always took him with them. So it went on for a long time, but it came to pass that the Indian began to tire of his strange friends. Then he told the chief that he wished to see his family on earth, and the Sagamore listened to him and was very kind. Then he called all his people together and said that their brother from the other world was very lonesome and wished to return. They were all very sorry indeed to lose him, but because they loved him, they let him have his own way and decided to carry him back again. So, bidding him close his eyes till he should be on earth, they carried him down. The Indians saw a great thunderstorm drawing near. They heard such thunder as they never knew before, and then something in the shape of a human being coming down with lightning. Then they ran to the spot where he sat, and it was their long-lost brother, who had been gone 7 years. He had been in the Thunder World. He told them how he had been playing ball with the Thunder Boys. Yes, how he had been turned into a real thunder himself. How Glooskap bound Wadjosen, the great wind-bird, and made all the waters in the world stagnant. Passamaquoddy. The Indians believe in a great bird called by them Wuchowsen, or Wadjosen, meaning wind-blow or the wind-blower, who lives far to the north, and sits upon a great rock at the end of the sky. And it is because whenever he moves his wings, the wind blows, they of old times called him that. When Glooskap was among men, he often went out in his canoe with bow and arrows to kill seafowl. At one time it was every day very windy. It grew worse. At last it blew a tempest, and he could not go out at all. Then he said, Wadjosen, the great bird, has done this. He went to find him. It was long ere he reached his abode. He found sitting on a high rock a large white bird. "Grandfather," said Glooskap, "you take no compassion on your Koosisek, your grandchildren. You have caused this wind and storm. It is too much. Be easier with your wings." The giant bird replied, "I have been here since ancient times. In the earliest days, ere aught else spoke, I first moved my wings. Mine was the first voice, and I will ever move my wings as I will." Then Glooskap rose in his might. He rose to the clouds. He took the great bird giant Wadjosen as though he were a duck, and tied both his wings, and threw him down into a chasm between deep rocks, and left him lying there. The Indians could now go out in their canoes all day long, for there was a dead calm for many weeks and months. And with that all the waters became stagnant. They were so thick that Glooskap could not paddle his canoe. Then he thought of the great bird and went to see him. As he had left him, he found him, for Wadjosen is immortal. So, raising him, he put him on his rock again and untied one of his wings. Since then the winds have never been so terrible as in the old time. The wonderful exploits of Pawpuckwis. A man of large stature found himself standing alone on a prairie. He thought to himself, "How came I here? Are there no beings on this earth but myself? I must travel and see. I must walk till I find the abodes of men." So soon as his mind was made up, he set out, he knew not whither, in search of habitations. He was a resolute fellow, and no difficulties could turn him from his purpose. Neither prairies, rivers, woods, nor storms had the effect to daunt his courage or turn him back. After traveling a long time, he came to a wood in which he saw decayed stumps of trees, as if they had been cut in ancient times, but no other trace of men. Pursuing his journey, he found more recent marks of the same kind. After this, he came upon fresh traces of human beings. First their footsteps, and then the wood they had felled, lying in heaps. Pushing on, he emerged toward dusk from the forest, and beheld at a distance a large village of high lodges standing on rising ground. "I am tired of this dog-trot," he said to himself. "I will arrive there on a run." He started off with all his speed. On coming to the first lodge, without any especial exertion, he jumped over it and found himself standing by the door on the other side. Those within saw something pass over the opening in the roof, and then they heard a thump upon the ground. "What is that?" they all said, and one ran out to see and invited him in. He found himself in company with an old chief and several men who were seated in the lodge. Meat was set before him, after which the old chief asked him whither he was going and what was his name. He answered that he was in search of adventures, and that his name was Pawpuckewis. They all opened their eyes upon the stranger with a broad stare. "Pawpuckewis," whispered one to another, and a general titter went round. They invited him to stay with them, which he was inclined to do, for it was a pleasant village, but so small as constantly to embarrass Pawpuckewis. He was in perpetual trouble. Whenever he shook hands with a stranger to whom he might be introduced, such was the abundance of his strength, without meaning it, he wrung his arm off at the shoulder. Once or twice, in mere sport, he cuffed the boys about the lodge by the side of the head, and they flew out of sight as though they had been shot from a bow. Nor could they ever be found again, though they were searched for in all the country round, far and wide. If Pawpuckewis proposed to himself a short stroll in the morning, he was at once miles out of town. When he entered a lodge, if he happened for a moment to forget himself, he walked straight through the leathern or wooden or earthen walls as if he had been merely passing through a bush. At his meals he broke in pieces all the dishes, set them down as lightly as he would, and putting a leg out of bed when he rose, it was a common thing for him to push off the top of the lodge. He wanted more elbow room, and after a short stay, in which, by the accidental letting go of his strength, he had nearly laid waste the whole place, and filled it with demolished lodges and broken pottery and one-armed men, he made up his mind to go farther, taking with him a young man who had formed a strong attachment for him, and who might serve him as his pipe-bearer. For Pawpuckewis was a huge smoker, and vast clouds followed him wherever he went, so that people could say, "Pawpuckewis is coming," by the mighty smoke he raised. They set out together, and when his companion was fatigued with walking, Pawpuckewis would put him forward on his journey a mile or two by giving him a cast in the air and lighting him in a soft place among the trees, or in a cool spot in a water pond, among the sedges and water lilies. At other times he would lighten the way by showing off a few tricks, such as leaping over trees and turning round on one leg till he made the dust fly, at which the pipe-bearer was mightily pleased, although it sometimes happened that the character of these gambols frightened him. For Pawpuckewis would, without the least hint of such an intention, jump into the air far ahead, and it would cost the little pipe-bearer half a day's hard travel to come up with him. And then the dust Pawpuckewis raised was often so thick and heavy as completely to bury the poor little pipe-bearer, and compel Pawpuckewis to dig diligently and with might and main to get him out alive. One day they came to a very large village, where they were well received. After staying in it some time, in the course of which Pawpuckewis, in a fit of abstraction, walked straight through the sides of 3 lodges without stopping to look for the door, they were informed of a number of wicked spirits who lived at a distance, and who made it a practice to kill all who came to their lodge. Attempts had been made to destroy them, but they had always proved more than a match for such as had come out against them. Pawpuckewis determined to pay them a visit, although he was strongly advised not to do so. The chief of the village warned him of the great danger he would incur, but finding Pawpuckewis resolved, he said, "Well, if you will go, Being my guest, I will send 20 warriors to serve you." Paw Puckiwis thanked him for the offer, although he suggested that he thought he could get along without them, at which the little pipe-bearer grinned, for his master had never shown in that village what he could do, and the chief thought that he, Paw Puckiwis, would be likely to need 20 warriors, at the least, to encounter the wicked spirits with any chance of success. 20 young men made their appearance. They set forward, and after about a day's journey they descried the lodge of the Manitos. Paw Puckiwis placed his friend Pipe-bearer and the warriors near enough to see all that passed, while he went alone to the lodge. As he entered, Paw Puckiwis saw 5 horrid-looking Manitos in the act of eating. It was the father and his 4 sons. They were really hideous to look upon. Their eyes were swimming low in their heads, and they glared about as if they were half-starved. They offered Paw Puckiwis something to eat, which he politely refused, for he had a strong suspicion that it was the thigh bone of a man. "What have you come for?" said the old one. "Nothing," answered Paw Puckiwis. They all stared at him. "Do you not wish to wrestle?" they all asked. "Yes," replied Paw Puckiwis. "I don't mind if I do take a turn." Pipe-bearer, who stood near enough to overhear the conversation, grinned from ear to ear when he caught this remark. A hideous smile came over the faces of the Manitos. "You go," they said to the eldest brother. The 2 got ready, the Manito and Paw Puckiwis, and they were soon clinched in each other's arms for a deadly throw. Paw Puckiwis knew their object, his death. They wanted a taste of his body, and he was determined they should have it, perhaps in a different sense from that they intended. "Haw, haw," they cried, and soon the dust and dry leaves flew about as if driven by a strong wind. The Manito was strong, but Paw Puckiwis thought he could master him, and all at once, giving him a sly trip as the wicked spirit was trying to finish his breakfast with a piece out of his shoulder, he sent the Manito head foremost against a stone, and calling aloud to the 3 others, he bade them come and take the body away. The brothers now stepped forth in quick succession, but Paw Puckiwis, having got his blood up and limbered himself by exercise, soon dispatched the 3, sending one this way, another that, and the 3rd straight up into the air so high that he never came down again. It was time for the old Manito to be frightened, and dreadfully frightened he got, and ran for his life, which was the very worst thing he could have done. For Paw Puckiwis, of all his gifts of strength, was most noted for his speed of foot. The old Manito set off, and for mere sport's sake Paw Puckiwis pursued him. Sometimes he was before the wicked old spirit, sometimes he was flying over his head, and then he would keep along at a steady trot just at his heels till he had blown all the breath out of the old knave's body. Meantime his friend, Pipe-bearer, and the 20 young warriors cried out, "Ha, ha, ha! Ha, ha! Paw Puckiwis is driving him before him." The Manito only turned his head now and then to look back. At length, when he was tired of the sport, to be rid of him, Paw Puckiwis, with a gentle application of his foot, sent the wicked old Manito whirling away through the air, in which he made a great number of the most curious turnovers in the world, till he came to a light, when it so happened that he fell astride of an old bull buffalo grazing in a distant pasture, who straightway set off with him at a long gallop, and the old Manito has not been heard of to this day. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. Myths of the Sky and Air. The warriors and pipe-bearer and Paupuckewis set to work and burned down the lodge of the wicked spirits. And then, when they came to look about, they saw that the ground was strewn on all sides with human bones bleaching in the sun. These were the unhappy victims of the Manitos. Paupuckewis then took 3 arrows from his girdle, and after having performed a ceremony to the Great Spirit, he shot one into the air, crying, "You are lying down. Rise up, or you will be hit." The bones all moved to one place. He shot the second arrow, repeating the same words, when each bone drew toward its fellow bone. The third arrow brought forth to life the whole multitude of people who had been killed by the Manitos. Paupuckewis conducted the crowd to the chief of the village, who had proved his friend, and gave them into his hands. The chief was there with his counselors, to whom he spoke apart. "Who is more worthy," said the chief to Paupuckewis, "to rule than you? You alone can defend them." Paupuckewis thanked him and told him that he was in search of more adventures. "I have done some things," said Paupuckewis rather boastfully, "and I think I can do some more." The chief still urged him, but he was eager to go, and naming Pipe-bearer to tarry and take his place, he set out again on his travels, promising that he would some time or other come back and see them. "Ho, ho, ho!" they all cried. "Come back again and see us." He renewed his promise that he would, and then set out alone. After traveling some time, he came to a great lake, and on looking about he discovered a very large otter on an island. He thought to himself, "His skin will make me a fine pouch." And he immediately drew up at long shots and drove an arrow into his side. He waded into the lake, and with some difficulty dragged him ashore and up a hill overlooking the lake. As soon as Paupuckewis got the otter into the sunshine where it was warm, he skinned him and threw the carcass some distance off, thinking the war-eagle would come, and that he should have a chance to secure his feathers as ornaments for the head, for Paupuckewis began to be proud, and was disposed to display himself. He soon heard a rushing noise, as of a loud wind, but could see nothing. Presently a large eagle dropped, as if from the air, upon the otter's carcass. Paupuckewis drew his bow, and the arrow passed through under both of his wings. The bird made a convulsive flight upward with such force that the cumbrous body was borne up several feet from the ground. But, with its claws deeply fixed, the heavy otter brought the eagle back to the earth. Paupuckewis possessed himself of a handful of the prime feathers, crowned his head with the trophy, and set off in high spirits on the lookout for something new. After walking a while, he came to a body of water which flooded the trees on its banks. It was a lake made by beavers. Taking his station on the raised dam where the stream escaped, he watched to see whether any of the beavers would show themselves. A head presently peeped out of the water to see who it was that disturbed them. "My friend," said Pawpuckiwis in his most persuasive manner. "Could you not oblige me by turning me into a beaver like yourself? Nothing would please me so much as to make your acquaintance, I can assure you." For Pawpuckiwis was curious to know how these watery creatures lived, and what kind of notions they had. "I do not know," replied the beaver, who was rather short-nosed and surly. "I will go and ask the others. Meanwhile, stay where you are, if you please." "To be sure," answered Pawpuckiwis, stealing down the bank several paces as soon as the beaver's back was turned. Presently there was a great splashing of the water, and all the beavers showed their heads and looked warily to where he stood to see if he was armed. But he had knowingly left his bow and arrows in the hollow tree at a short distance. After a long conversation, which they conducted in a whisper so that Pawpuckiwis could not catch a word, strain his ears as he would, they all advanced in a body toward the spot where he stood, the chief approaching the nearest and lifting his head highest out of the water. "Can you not," said Pawpuckiwis, noticing that they waited for him to speak first, "turn me into a beaver? I wish to live among you." "Yes," answered their chief, "lie down." And Pawpuckiwis in a moment found himself a beaver, and was gliding into the water when a thought seemed to strike him, and he paused at the edge of the lake. "I am very small," he said to the beaver in a sorrowful tone. "You must make me large," he said, for Pawpuckiwis was terribly ambitious and wanted always to be the first person in every company. "Larger than any of you. In my present size, it's hardly worth my while to go into the water." "Yes, yes," said they. "By and by, when we get into the lodge, it shall be done." They all dived into the lake, and in passing great heaps of limbs and logs at the bottom, he asked the use of them. They answered, "It is for our winter's provisions." When they all got into the lodge, their number was about 100. The lodge was large and warm. "Now we will make you large," said they. "Will that do?" "Yes," he answered, for he found that he was 10 times the size of the largest. "You need not go out," said the others. "We will bring you food into the lodge, and you will be our chief." "Very well," Pawpuckiwis answered. He thought, "I will stay here and grow fat at their expense." But soon after, one ran into the lodge, out of breath, crying out, "We are visited by the Indians." All huddled together in great fear. The water began to lower, for the hunters had broken down the dam, and they soon heard them on the roof of the lodge, breaking it up. Out jumped all the beavers into the water and so escaped. Pawpuckiwis tried to follow them, but unfortunately, to gratify his ambition, they had made him so large that he could not creep out at the hole. He tried to call them back, but either they did not hear or would not attend to him. He worried himself so much in searching for a door to let him out that he looked like a great bladder, swollen and blistering in the sun, and the sweat stood out upon his forehead in knobs and huge bubbles. Although he heard and understood every word that the hunters spoke, and some of their expressions suggested terrible ideas, he could not turn himself back into a man. He had chosen to be a beaver, and a beaver he must be. One of the hunters, a prying little man, with a single lock dangling over one eye, put his head in at the top of the lodge. "Ta-ya!" cried he. "Toot ta-ya! Mishamik, King of Beavers, is in." whereupon the whole crowd of hunters began upon him with their clubs and knocked his skull about until it was no harder than a morass in the middle of summer. Pawpuckiwis thought as well as ever he did, although he was a beaver, and he felt that he was in a rather foolish scrape, inhabiting the carcass of a beaver. Presently 7 or 8 of the hunters hoisted his body upon long poles and marched away home with him. As they went, he reflected in this manner: "What will become of me? My ghost or shadow will not die after they get me to their lodges." Invitations were immediately sent out for a grand feast, but as soon as his body got cold, his soul, being uncomfortable in a house without heat, flew off. Having reassumed his mortal shape, Pawpuckiwis found himself standing near a prairie. After walking a distance, he saw a herd of elk feeding. He admired their apparent ease and enjoyment of life, and thought there could be nothing more pleasant than the liberty of running about and feeding on the prairies. He had been a water animal, and now he wished to become a land animal, to learn what passed in an elk's head as he roved about. He asked them if they could not turn him into one of themselves. "Yes," they answered after a pause. "Get down on your hands and feet." He obeyed their directions and forthwith found himself to be an elk. "I want big horns, big feet," said he. "I wish to be very large." For all the conceit and vainglory had not been knocked out of Pawpuckiwis, even by the sturdy thwacks of the hunters' clubs. "Yes, yes," they answered. "There," exerting their power. "Are you big enough?" "That will do," he replied, for looking into a lake hard by, Pawpuckiwis saw that he was very large. They spent their time in grazing and running to and fro, but what astonished Pawpuckiwis, although he often lifted up his head and directed his eyes that way, he could never see the stars, which he had so admired as a human being. Being rather cold one day, Pawpuckiwis went into a thick wood for shelter, whither he was followed by most of the herd. They had not been long there when some elks from behind passed the others like a strong wind, calling out, "The hunters are after us." All took the alarm, and off they ran, Pawpuckiwis with the rest. "Keep out on the plains," they said. But it was too late to profit by this advice, for they had already got entangled in the thick woods. Pawpuckiwis soon scented the hunters who were closely following his trail, for they had left all the others and were making after him in full cry. He jumped furiously, dashed through the underwood, and broke down whole groves of saplings in his flight. But this only made it the harder for him to get on, such a huge and lusty elk was he by his own request. Presently, as he dashed past an open space, he felt an arrow in his side. They could not well miss it, he presented so wide a mark to the shot. He bounded over trees under the smart, but the shafts clattered thicker and thicker at his ribs, and at last one entered his heart. He fell to the ground and heard the whoop of triumph sounded by the hunters. On coming up, they looked on the carcass with astonishment, and with their hands up to their mouths exclaimed, "Ta-yaw! Ta-yaw!" There were about 60 in the party, who had come out on a special hunt, as one of their numbers had, the day before, observed his large tracks on the plains. When they had skinned him, his flesh grew cold, and his spirit took its flight from the dead body, and Pawpuckiwis found himself in human shape with a bow and arrows. But his passion for adventure was not yet cooled, for on coming to a large lake with a sandy beach, he saw a large flock of brant, and speaking to them in the brant language, he requested them to make a brant of him. "Yes," they replied at once, for the brant is a bird of a very obliging disposition. "But I want to be very large," he said. There was no end to the ambition of Pawpuckiwis. "Very well," they answered, and he soon found himself a large brant, all the others standing gazing in astonishment at his great size. "You must fly as leader," they said. "No," answered Pawpuckiwis, "I will fly behind." "Very well," rejoined the brant. "One thing more we have to say to you, brother Pawpuckiwis," for he had told them his name. "You must be careful in flying not to look down, for something may happen to you." "Well, it is so," said he, and soon the flock rose up into the air, for they were bound north. They flew very fast, he behind. One day, while going with a strong wind, and as swift as their wings could flap, as they passed over a large village, the Indians raised a great shout on seeing them, particularly on Pawpuckiwis's account, for his wings were broader than two large mats. The village people made such a frightful noise that he forgot what had been told him about looking down. They were now scudding along as swift as arrows, and as soon as he brought his neck in and stretched it down to look at the shouters, his huge tail was caught by the wind, and over he was blown. He tried to right himself, but without success, for he had no sooner got out of one heavy air current than he fell into another, which treated him even more rudely than that he had escaped from. Down, down he went, making more turns than he wished for, from a height of several miles. The first moment he had to look about him, Pawpuckiwis, in the shape of a big brant, was aware that he was jammed into a large hollow tree. To get backward or forward was out of the question, and there, in spite of himself, was Pawpuckiwis forced to tarry till his brant life was ended by starvation, when, his spirit being at liberty, he was once more a human being. As he journeyed on in search of further adventures, Pawpuckiwis came to a lodge in which were two old men, with heads white from extreme age. They were very fine old men to look at. There was such sweetness and innocence in their features that Pawpuckiwis would have enjoyed himself very much at their lodge if he had had no other entertainment than such as gazing upon the serene and happy faces of the two innocent old men, with heads white from extreme age, afforded. They treated him well, and he made known to them that he was going back to his village, his friends and people, whereupon the two white-headed old men very heartily wished him a good journey and abundance of comfort in seeing his friends once more. They even arose, old and infirm as they were, and tottering with exceeding difficulty to the door, were at great pains to point out to him the exact course he should take. And they called his attention to the circumstance that it was much shorter and more direct than he would have taken himself. Ah, what merry deceivers were these two old men with very white heads! Pawpuckiwis, with blessings showered on him, until he was fairly out of sight, set forth with a good heart. He thought he heard loud laughter resounding after him in the direction of the lodge of the two old men, but it could not have been the two old men, for they were certainly too old to laugh. He walked briskly all day, and at night he had the satisfaction of reaching a lodge in all respects like that which he had left in the morning. There were two fine old men, and his treatment was in every particular the same, even down to the parting blessing and the laughter that followed him as he went his way. After walking the third day, and coming to a lodge the same as before, he was satisfied from the bearings of the course he had taken that he had been journeying in a circle, and by a notch which he had cut in the door-post that these were the same two old men all along, and that, despite their innocent faces and their very white heads, they had been playing him a sorry trick. "Who are you," said Pawpuckiwis, "to treat me so? Come forth, I say." They were compelled to obey his summons, lest, in his anger, he should take their lives, and they appeared on the outside of the lodge. "We must have a little trial of speed now," said Pawpuckiwis. "A race?" they asked. "We are very old. We cannot run." "We will see," said Pawpuckiwis, whereupon he set them out upon the road, and then he gave them a gentle push, which put them in motion. Then he pushed them again, harder, harder, until they got under fine headway, when he gave each of them an astounding shock with his foot, and off they flew at a great rate, round and round the course. And such was the magic virtue of the foot of Pawpuckiwis that no object once set going by it could by any possibility stop. So that, for aught we know to the contrary, the two innocent, white-headed, merry old men are trotting with all their might and main around the circle in which they beguiled Pawpuckiwis to this day. Continuing his journey, Pawpuckiwis, although his head was warm and buzzing with all sorts of schemes, did not know exactly what to do until he came to a big lake. He mounted a high hill to try to see to the other side, but he could not. He then made a canoe and sailed forth. The water was very clear, a transparent blue, and he saw that it abounded with fish of a rare and delicate complexion. This circumstance inspired him with a wish to return to his village and to bring his people to live near this beautiful lake. Toward evening, coming to a woody island, he encamped and ate the fish he had speared, and they proved to be as comforting to the stomach as they were pleasing to the eye. The next day Pawpuckiwis returned to the mainland, and as he wandered along the shore he espied at a distance the celebrated giant Manabozho, who is a bitter enemy of Pawpuckiwis, and loses no opportunity to stop him on his journeyings and to thwart his plans. At first it occurred to Pawpuckiwis to have a trial of wits with the giant, but on second thoughts he said to himself, "I am in a hurry now. I will see him another time." With no further mischief than raising a great whirlwind of dust, which caused Manabozho to rub his eyes severely, Pawpuckiwis quietly slipped out of the way, and he made good speed withal, for in much less time than you could count half the stars in the sky of a winter night, he had reached home. His return was welcomed with a great hubbub of feasting and songs, and he had scarcely set foot in the village before he had invitations to take potluck at different lodges, which would have lasted him the rest of his natural life. Pipe-bearer, who had some time before given up the cares of a ruler and fallen back upon his native place, fairly danced with joy at the sight of Pawpuckiwis, who, not to be outdone, dandled him affectionately in his arms by casting him up and down in the air half a mile or so, till little Pipe-bearer had no breath left in his body to say that he was happy to see Pau-Puk-Keewis home again. Pau-Puk-Keewis gave the village folks a lively account of his adventures, and when he came to the blue lake and the abundant fish, he dwelt upon their charms with such effect that they agreed with one voice that it must be a glorious place to live in, and if he would show them the way, they would shift camp and settle there at once. He not only showed them the way, but bringing his wonderful strength and speed of foot to bear, in less than half a day he had transported the whole village, with its children, women, tents, and implements of war, to the new waterside. Here for a time Pau-Puk-Keewis appeared to be content, until one day a message came for him in the shape of a bear, who said that their king wished to see him immediately at his village. Pau-Puk-Keewis was ready in an instant, and mounting upon the messenger's back, off he ran. Toward evening they climbed a high mountain, and came to a cave where the Bear King lived. He was a very large person, and puffing with fat and a sense of his own importance, he made Pau-Puk-Keewis welcome by inviting him into his lodge. As soon as it was proper, he spoke, and said that he had sent for him on hearing that he was the chief who was moving a large party toward his hunting grounds. "You must know," said the Bear King with a terrible growl, "that you have no right there, and I wish you would leave the country with your party, or else the strongest force will take possession. Take notice." "Very well," replied Pau-Puk-Keewis, going toward the door, for he suspected that the king of the bears was preparing to give him a hug. So be it. He wished to gain time and to consult his people, for he had seen, as he came along, that the bears were gathering in great force on the side of the mountain. He also made known to the Bear King that he would go back that night, that his people might be put in immediate possession of his royal behest. The Bear King replied that Pau-Puk-Keewis might do as he pleased, but that one of his young men was at his command, and jumping nimbly on his back, Pau-Puk-Keewis rode home. He assembled the people and ordered the bear's head off, to be hung outside of the village, that the bear spies, who were lurking in the neighborhood, might see it and carry the news to their chief. The next morning, by break of day, Pau-Puk-Keewis had all of his young warriors under arms and ready for a fight. About the middle of the afternoon, the bear war party came in sight, led on by the Pursy King, and making a tremendous noise. They advanced on their hind legs and made a very imposing display of their teeth and eyeballs. The bear chief himself came forward, and with a majestic wave of his right hand said that he did not wish to shed the blood of the young warriors, but that if Pau-Puk-Keewis, who appeared to be the head of the war party, consented, they too would have a race, and the winner should kill the losing chief, and all his young men should be servants to the other. Pau-Puk-Keewis agreed, of course. How little Pipe-bearer, who stood by, grinned as they came to terms, and they started to run before the whole company of warriors who stood in a circle looking on. At first there was a prospect that Pau-Puk-Keewis would be badly beaten, for although he kept crowding the great fat Bear King till the sweat trickled from his shaggy ears, he never seemed to be able to push past him. By and by, Pau-Puk-Keewis, going through a number of the most extraordinary maneuvers in the world, raised about the great fat Bear King such eddies and whirlwinds with the sand, and so danced about before and after him, that he at last got fairly bewildered, and cried out for them to come and take him off. Out of sight before him and reaching the goal, Paw Puckius only waited for the Bear King to come up, when he drove an arrow straight through him and ordered them to take the body away and make it ready for supper, as he was getting very hungry. He then directed all of the other bears to fall to and help prepare the feast, for in fulfillment of the agreement they had become servants. With many wry faces the bears, although bound to act becomingly in their new character, according to the forfeit, served up the body of their late royal master, and in doing this they fell, either by accident or design, into many curious mistakes. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 3 Myths of the Sky and Air. When the feast came to be served up, and they were summoned to be in attendance, one of them, a sprightly young fellow of an inquisitive turn of mind, was found upon the roof of the lodge, with his head halfway down the smoke-hole, with a view to learn what they were to have for dinner. Another, a middle-aged bear with very long arms, who was put in charge of the children in the character of nurse, squeezed 3 or 4 of the most promising young papooses to death, while the mothers were outside to look after the preparations. And another, when he should have been waiting at the back of his master, had climbed a shady tree and was indulging in his afternoon nap. And when, at last, the dinner was ready to be served, they came tumbling in with the dishes heels over head, one after the other, so that one half of the feast was spread upon the ground, and the other half deposited out of doors on the other side of the lodge. After a while, however, by strict discipline and threatening to cut off their provisions, the bears' servants were brought into tolerable control. Yet Paw Puckius, with his ever restless disposition, was uneasy, and having done so many wonderful things, he resolved upon a strict and thorough reform in all the affairs of the village. To prevent future difficulty, he determined to adopt new regulations between the bears and their masters. With this view, he issued an edict that henceforward the bears should eat at the first table, and that the Indians were to wait upon them, that in all public processions of an honorable character the bears should go first, and that when any fighting was to be done, the Indians should have the privilege reserved of receiving the first shots. A special exemption was made in behalf of Paw Puckius's favorite and confidential adviser, Pipe-bearer, who had been very busy in private recommending the new order of things, who was to be allowed to sit at the head of the feast and to stay at home with the old women in the event of battle. Having seen his orders strictly enforced, and the rights of the bears over the Indians fairly established, Paw Puckius fixed his mind upon further adventures. He determined to go abroad for a time, and having an old score to settle with Manabozho, he set out with a hope of soon falling in with that famous giant. Paw Puckius was a blood relation of Dias Imid, or he of the little shell, and had heard of what had passed between that giant and his kinsman. After wandering a long time, he came to the lodge of Manabozho, who was absent. He thought he must play him a trick, so he turned everything in the lodge upside down and killed his birds, of which there was an extraordinary attendance, for Manabozho is master of the fowls of the air, and this was the appointed morning for them to call and pay their court to him. Among the number was a raven, accounted the meanest of birds, which Paw Puckiwis killed and hung up by the neck to insult him. He then went on till he came to a very high point of rocks running out into the lake, from the top of which he could see the country back as far as the eye could reach. While sitting there, Manabozho's mountain chickens flew round and passed him in great numbers. Out of mere spite to their master, Paw Puckiwis shot them by the score, for his arrows were very sure and the birds very plenty, and he amused himself by throwing the birds down the rocks. At length a wary bird cried out, "Paw Puckiwis is killing us. Go and tell our father." Away sped a delegation of the birds, which were the quickest of wing, and Manabozho soon made his appearance on the plain below. Paw Puckiwis, who when he is in the wrong is no match for Manabozho, made his escape on the other side. Manabozho, who had in 2 or 3 strides reached the top of the mountain, cried out, "You are a rogue. The earth is not so large but I can get up to you." Off ran Paw Puckiwis and Manabozho after him. The race was sharp, and such leaps and strides as they made. Over hills and prairies with all his speed went Paw Puckiwis, and Manabozho hard upon him. Paw Puckiwis had some mischievous notions still left in his head, which he thought might befriend him. He knew that Manabozho was under a spell to restore whatever he, Paw Puckiwis, destroyed. Forthwith he stopped and climbed a large pine tree, stripped off its beautiful green foliage, threw it into the winds, and then went on. When Manabozho reached the spot, the tree addressed him. "Great chief," said the tree, "will you give me my life again? Paw Puckiwis has killed me." "Yes," replied Manabozho, who as quickly as he could gathered the scattered leaves and branches, renewed its beauty with its breath, and set off. Although Paw Puckiwis in the same way compelled Manabozho to lose time in repairing the hemlock, the sycamore, cedar, and many other trees, the giant did not falter, but pushing briskly forward was fast overtaking him, when Paw Puckiwis happened to see an elk. And asking him, for old acquaintance' sake, to take him on his back, the elk did so, and for some time he made good headway, but still Manabozho was in sight. He was fast gaining upon him when Paw Puckiwis threw himself off the elk's back, and striking a great sandstone rock near the path, he broke it into pieces and scattered the grains in 1,000 directions, for this was nearly his last hope of escape. Manabozho was so close upon him at this place that he had almost caught him, but the foundation of the rock cried out, "Hai, Nimosho, Paw Puckiwis has spoiled me. Will you not restore me to life?" "Yes," replied Manabozho. He re-established the rock in all its strength. He then pushed on in pursuit, and had got so near to Paw Puckiwis as to put out his arm to seize him. But Paw Puckiwis dodged him, and, as his last chance, he immediately raised such a dust and commotion by whirlwinds as made the trees break and the sand and leaves dance in the air. Again and again Manabozho stretched his arm, but he escaped him at every turn, and kept up such a tumult of dust that he dashed into a hollow tree which had been blown down, changed himself into a snake, and crept out at the roots just in time to save his life. For at that moment Manabozho, who had the power of lightning, struck it, and it was strewn about in little pieces. Again Paw Puckiwis was in human shape, and Manabozho was pressing him hard. At a distance he saw a very high bluff of rocks jutting out into a lake, and he ran for the foot of the precipice, which was abrupt and elevated. As he came near, to his surprise and great relief, the manito of the rock opened his door and told Paw Puckiwis to come in. The door was no sooner closed than Manabozho knocked. "Open it!" he cried with a loud voice. The manito was afraid of him, but he said to Paw Puckiwis, "Since I have taken you as my guest, I would sooner die with you than open the door." "Open it!" Manabozho again cried in a louder voice than before. The manito kept silent. "Very well," said Manabozho, "I give you till morning to live." Paw Puckiwis trembled, for he thought his last hour had come. When the night came on, the clouds were thick and black, and as they were torn open by the lightning, such discharges of thunder were never heard as bellowed forth. The clouds advanced slowly and wrapped the earth about with their vast shadows as in a huge cloak. All night long the clouds gathered, and the lightning flashed, and the thunder roared, and above all could be heard Manabozho muttering vengeance upon poor Paw Puckiwis. "You have led a very foolish kind of life, Paw Puckiwis," said his friend the manito. "I know it, I know it," Paw Puckiwis answered. "You had great gifts of strength awarded to you," said the manito. "I am aware of it," replied Paw Puckiwis. "Instead of employing it for useful purposes and for the good of your fellow creatures, you have done nothing since you became a man but raise whirlwinds on the highways, leap over trees, break whatever you met in pieces, and perform 1,000 idle pranks." Paw Puckiwis, with great penitence, confessed that his friend the manito spoke but too truly. Then Manabozho, as Anamiki, the spirit of lightning, in a cloud of heavy blackness, floated over the bluff of rocks that protected Paw Puckiwis. The threatening roar of his voice was heard rending the air, and Paw Puckiwis, with his companion, the manito of the rocks, trembled with fear. Mighty arrows of fire darted through the air from Manabozho's bow. The mountains themselves gave way, the solid rocks were broken, and tottering apart fell, crushing Paw Puckiwis and the manito into fragments. For the first time Paw Puckiwis experienced death, for he was incapable of entering by his own will a new form, as he was in the human form when crushed between the rocks of the mountain. The Norse god of the sky, Odin, was depicted in a most picturesque fashion. He is said to look like an old, tall, one-eyed man with a long beard, a broad-brimmed hat, a striped cloak of many colors, and a spear in his hand. On his arm he wears the gold ring Draupnir and carries a spear called Gungur. 2 ravens sit on his shoulders, 2 wolves lie at his feet, and a huge chariot rolls over his head. He sits upon a high throne and looks out upon the world, or he rides on the winds upon his horse Sleipnir. There is a deep speculative expression upon his countenance. Odin's hat symbolizes the arched vault of heaven, and his blue or variegated cloak is the blue sky or atmosphere. His horse with 8 legs, as we learned before, symbolizes the 8 winds of heaven, and his ring the fruitfulness of nature. His spear produces violent trembling or shaking. He is regarded as the all-pervading spirit of the world and produces life and spirit, though he did not create the world. In whatever creative work he does, he is helped by others. All knowledge comes from him, the arts of war and the arts of peace. Even poetry was invented by him. He is the ruler over all things, and although other deities may have power, they all serve and obey him as children do their father. He frequently appeared to men. One of the most interesting of these revelations of himself is told in the Norse epic, the Volsung saga. The story of Odin's sword and Sigmund. King Volsung had made preparations for an entertainment. Blazing fires burned along the hall, and in the middle of the hall stood a large tree, whose green and fair foliage covered the roof. King Volsung had placed it there, and it was called Odin's tree. Now, as the guests sat round the fire in the evening, a man entered the hall whose countenance they did not know. He wore a variegated cloak, was barefooted, his breeches were of linen, and a wide-brimmed hat hung down over his face. He was very tall, looked old, and was one-eyed. He had a sword in his hand. The man went to the tree and struck his sword into it with so powerful a blow that it sunk into it even to the hilt. No one dared greet this man. Then said he, "He who draws this sword out of the trunk of the tree shall have it as a gift from me, and shall find it true that he never wielded a better sword." Then went the old man out of the hall again, and no one knew who he was or whither he went. Now all tried to draw the sword out, but it would not move before Volsung's son, Sigmund, came. For him it seemed to be quite loose. When Odin went forth to battle, he was resplendent in armor and a golden helmet. With him were his messengers, the Valkyries, giant warlike maids who, when in Valhalla, the home of Odin, brought in the drink and waited upon the table, but in time of battle were sent forth by Odin to every battlefield, carrying the message of death to the brave hero and inviting him home to Odin's hall, a message he received with joy and gladness. To bear away to heaven the souls of the dead is often an office of a wind god, and in this case of wind goddesses, for there can be little doubt that the Valkyries had some of the attributes of the wind. The Norse god next in importance to Odin was Thor. He wears a red beard. He has a fiery nature, is girded with a belt of strength, and swings a hammer in his hand. He rides in a chariot drawn by 2 goats, from whose hoofs and teeth sparks of fire flash, and the scarlet cloud reflects his fiery eyes. Over his head he wears a crown of stars. Under his feet rests the earth, and it shows the footprints of his mighty steps. He is enormously strong and very terrible when angry, which is not supposed to be often, for he has, on the whole, a good-natured disposition. The region in which he lives is called Thrudvog, and his mansion Belskunner, in which there are 540 halls. His hammer, his belt, and his gauntlet are all possessed of remarkable qualities. The first is called Mjolnir, and woe be to the frost or mountain giant against whom Thor hurls it. His iron gauntlet he wears when he is laying about him with his hammer, and when he puts on his belt of strength, his power is redoubled. This mighty god has many and wonderful adventures. There is no better description of the god Thor to be found than that by our own poet Longfellow in his Tales of a Wayside Inn. I am the god Thor. I am the war god. I am the thunderer. Here in my Northland, my fastness and fortress, reign I forever. Here amid icebergs rule I the nations. This is my hammer, Mjolnir the mighty. Giants and sorcerers cannot withstand it. These are the gauntlets wherewith I wield it, and hurl it afar off. This is my girdle, whenever I brace it, strength is redoubled. The light thou beholdest stream through the heavens, and flashes of crimson is but my red beard blown by the night wind, affrighting the nations. Jove is my brother, mine eyes are the lightning. The wheels of my chariot roll in the thunder. The blows of my hammer ring in the earthquake. How Thor conquered the stone giant Hrungnir. Thor had once gone eastward to crush trolls, but Odin rode on his horse Sleipnir to Jotunheim, the land of giants, and came to a giant by name Hrungnir. Then he asked Hrungnir what man that was, who with a helmet of gold rode through the air and over the sea, and added that it was an extraordinarily good horse he had. Odin replied that he would wager his head that so good a horse could not be found in Jotunheim. Hrungnir said that it was indeed a very excellent horse, but he had one called Goldfax that could take much longer paces, and he immediately sprang upon his horse and galloped away after Odin. Odin constantly kept ahead, but Hrungnir's giant nature had become so excited that before he was himself aware of it, he had come within the gates of Asgard. When he came to the door of the hall, the gods invited him in to drink. They set before him the bowls out of which Thor was accustomed to drink, and he emptied them each in one draught, and so he became drunk and began to boast in a most conceited fashion. He was going to take Valhall, he said, and carry it off to Jotunheim. He would demolish Asgard and kill the gods, except Freya and Lif, whom he would take home with him. And while Freya was pouring the celestial beverage into bowls for him, he remarked that he was going to drink up all the ale of the gods. At last the gods grew very tired of his arrogance. They therefore called Thor, who came at once. He was very much enraged, and swinging his hammer about, he fiercely asked who was to blame that dog-wise giants should be permitted to drink there, or who had given safety to Hrungnir in Valhall, and why Freya should pour ale for him as she did at the feasts of the gods. Hrungnir, looking at Thor with anything but a friendly eye, answered that Odin had invited him and that he was under his protection. Thor said that Hrungnir should come to rue that invitation before he came out. But the giant answered that it would be but little honor to Thor to kill him, unarmed as he was. It would be a better proof of his valor if he dared contend with him at the boundaries of his territory. It was foolish indeed of me to leave my weapons at home. Had I my shield and my flint stone with me, we would now try a duel. But I declare you to be a coward if you kill me unarmed." Thor would not excuse himself from such a challenge, the like of which no one had ever offered him before. Hrungnir now went his way and hastened home. This journey of Hrungnir was much talked of by the giants, and especially did his challenge of Thor awaken their interest. And it was of great importance to them which of the two should come out from the combat victorious. For if Hrungnir, who was the most powerful among the giants, should be conquered, they might look for nothing but evil from Thor. They, therefore, made a man of clay 9 miles high and 3 miles broad between the shoulders. They could not find a heart corresponding to his size, and therefore took one out of a mare. But this fluttered and trembled when Thor came. Hrungnir had a heart of hard stone, sharp and 3-cornered. His head was also of stone, and likewise his shield, which was broad and thick. And this shield he held before him when he stood waiting for Thor. His weapon was a flint stone, which he swung over his shoulders, so that it was no trifle to join in combat with him. By his side stood the clay giant, who was so extremely terrified that the sweat poured off from him. Thor went to the duel together with Thialfi, a servant whom he had got from a peasant by the sea. Thialfi ran to the place where Hrungnir was standing and said to him, "You stand unguarded, giant. You hold the shield before you. But Thor has seen you. He comes with violence from beneath the earth and attacks you." Then Hrungnir hastily put the shield beneath his feet and stood upon it, but he seized his flint stone with both hands. Presently he saw flashes of lightning and heard loud crashings, and then he saw Thor in his might rushing forward with impetuous speed, swinging his hammer and throwing it from the distance against Hrungnir. The latter lifted the flint stone with both his hands and threw it with all his might against the hammer. The two met in the air, and the flint stone broke into 2 pieces, one piece of which fell on the ground, and hence the Flint Mountains, while the other flew with such force against the head of Thor that he fell forward to the ground. But the hammer Mjolnir hit Hrungnir right in the head and crushed his skull into small pieces, he himself falling over Thor, so that his foot lay across Thor's neck. Thor could only be released from the giant's foot by his own son Munga strength, and to this day the flint stone sticks fast in Thor's forehead. Longfellow calls Thor the brother of Zeus. Zeus is, however, only like Thor in his character of the Thunderer. As the All-Father of the Greeks, he is like Odin. Zeus, or Jupiter, as he was called by the Romans, was regarded as the supreme ruler of the universe. Sometimes he was pictured as a god of war. Then he rode in his thunder car, hurling the thunderbolt or lashing his enemies with a scourge of lightning. He wore a breastplate or shield of storm cloud, like the skin of a gray goat, fearful to behold and made by the god of fire. His special messenger was the eagle. In his peaceful guise, he sat throned in the high, clear heavens. There he was the gatherer of clouds and snows, the dispenser of gentle rains and winds, the moderator of light and heat and the seasons. He was worshipped with various rites in different places, but everywhere the loftiest trees and the highest mountain peaks were sacred to him. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 4 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 4. Myths of the Sky and Air. How Zeus came to be king of gods. The story told of Zeus is that he had not always been the supreme god. Before him reigned his father Cronus, and before Cronus his grandfather Uranus. Cronus deposed Uranus, and having heard that he was destined to be deposed by one of his own children, he indulged in the queer habit of swallowing them all. His wife, Rhea, however, when Zeus was born, thought of the happy expedient of giving Cronus a stone to swallow, which he, unsuspecting, did. The little Zeus was hidden in the island of Crete, where he was tended by nymphs and brought up on goat's milk. When he became a full-grown god, he made his father disgorge the brothers and sisters he had swallowed, namely Vesta, Ceres, Juno, Pluto, and Neptune, and then went to war against his cruel father. This war is a battle of the powers of light against the powers of darkness. Cronus is helped by his brothers the Titans, and Zeus is helped by the Cyclops, one-eyed giants, and the Hecatonchires, hundred-handed monsters who had been confined for ages in Tartarus. Zeus and his hosts held Mount Olympus. For ages victory wavered in the balance, until, by the advice of Rhea, Zeus released the Cyclops and the Hecatonchires. Instantly they hastened to the battlefield of Thessaly, the Cyclops to support Zeus with their thunders and lightnings, the hundred-handed monsters with the shock of the earthquake. Provided with such artillery, shaking earth and sea, Zeus issued to the onslaught. With the gleam of the lightning the Titans were blinded. By the earthquake they were laid low. With the flames they were well nigh consumed. Overpowered and fettered by the hands of the Hecatonchires, they were consigned to the yawning cave of Tartarus. In the council of the gods following this great battle, Zeus was chosen sovereign of the world. He delegated to his brother Poseidon, or Neptune, the kingdom of the sea and all the waters. To his brother Hades, or Pluto, the government of the underworld, dark, unseen, mysterious, where the spirits of the dead should dwell, and of Tartarus, the prison of the subdued Titans. For himself, Zeus retained heaven and earth. His dwelling and that of the gods was on the summit of an ideal mountain called Olympus. The gods all had their separate dwellings, but all, when summoned, assembled in the palace of Zeus, there to feast upon ambrosia and nectar. Their duties consisted in discussing the affairs of heaven and earth, while for amusement they had the melodies of Apollo's lyre and the songs of the Muses. There was a gate of clouds to this heavenly city, kept by goddesses, the hours or seasons, and through these gates the celestials passed when bent upon any errand to earth. Hermes, Roman name Mercury, was the personification of the wind and the messenger of Zeus, and, like the Valkyries, he had the office of conducting the souls of the dead to Hades. His summoning of the souls of the dead is beautifully described in this passage from the Odyssey, translated by the poet Bryant. In his hand he bore the beautiful golden wand with which at will he shuts the eyes of men or opens them from sleep. With this he guided on their way the ghostly route. They followed, uttering a shrilly wail, as when a flock of bats, deep in a dismal cavern, fly about and squeak, if one have fallen from the place where, clinging to each other and the rock, they rested, so that crowd of ghosts went forth with shrill and plaintive cries. Before them moved beneficent Hermes through those dreary ways, and past the ocean stream they went, and past Leucadia's rock, the portals of the sun, and people of the land of dreams, until they reached the fields of Asphodel, where dwell the souls, the bodiless forms of those who die. Among the loveliest of the sky deities are the goddesses of the dawn. Besides bringing light and joy to mankind, they are his kind helpers when he is in trouble, and the givers of all good things. We have already made the acquaintance of the Hindu dawn goddess Ushas, and give here another Vedic hymn in her praise. The counterpart of Ushas in Greek mythology is Aurora, the goddess of the dawn, who is pictured flying before the car of Apollo. A more developed dawn goddess is Pallas Athene, Roman name Minerva. She is represented as having sprung fully armed from the head of her father Zeus, as the dawn springs up in the morning sky. But she has a warlike as well as a beneficent side when she wields the lightning and the thunderbolts. When Pallas Athene decided to give her aid to any human being, she sometimes took the form of Mentes, or of a young shepherd, as she does in different scenes in the Odyssey. When she descends to earth, she is described as fastening underneath her feet the fair ambrosial golden sandals worn to bear her over ocean like the wind, and o'er the boundless land. In hand she took, well tipped with trenchant brass, the mighty spear, heavy and huge and strong, with which she bears whole phalanxes of heroes to earth, when she, the daughter of a mighty sire, is angered. From the Olympian heights she plunged, and stood among the men of Ithaca. In her hand she bore the spear, and seemed the stranger Mentes. When Pallas returned to heaven, she passed like an eagle out of sight, and all were seized with deep amazement as they saw. Another time, Pallas appears to Odysseus or Ulysses in the shape of a young shepherd, delicately formed, as are the sons of kings. A mantle lay upon her shoulder in rich folds. Her feet shone in their sandals. In her hand she bore a javelin. As Ulysses saw, his heart was glad within him, and he hastened on and thus accosted her with winged words. Fair youth, who art the first whom I have met upon this shore, I bid thee hail, and hope thou meetest me with no unkind intent. Protect what thou beholdest here and me. I make my suit to thee as to a god, and come to thy dear knees. After a little talk with Odysseus, the blue-eyed goddess Pallas smiled, and touched the chief caressingly. She seemed a beautiful and stately woman now, such as are skilled in works of rare device. She advises Odysseus and says to him, "Hither am I come to frame for thee wise counsels, and to hide away the stores given by the opulent Phaeacian chiefs at thy departure. I shall also tell what thou must yet endure beneath the roof of thine own palace, by the will of fate. Yet bear it bravely, since thou must nor speak to any man or woman of thyself, and of thy wandering hither, but submit to many things that grieve thee silently, and bear indignities from violent men." Thus this beneficent dawn goddess is always helping mankind in their troubles, and scattering abroad so much wisdom that she came to be called in Greek mythology the goddess of wisdom. The Indian and the Japanese stories following show other fancies about gods of the sky and air. The lover's vision of the happy land gives a picture of the home of departed spirits in the sky. The message bearers is related to the idea that the wind is a messenger of the gods, but it is the wind in the form of the repeated sounds in echoes. The Indians were in the habit of frequenting rivers with high wooded banks, or ravines with precipitous sides where reverberations could be heard for miles until they would die away in the distance. There they would stand for hours shouting and listening to the echoing shouts as they leaped from shore to shore, or from hill to mountain, and from mountain to valley, on and on into silence, always firmly believing that the words were called from one to another of the faithful spirits until they reached the ears of their loved ones, and finally the Great Spirit himself. The Way of the Gods describes a god of the infinite sky as the beginning of all things. Hymn to the Dawn, from the Rig Veda. The radiant dawns have risen up for glory, in their white splendor live the waves of waters. She maketh paths all easy, fair to travel, and rich hath shown herself benign and friendly. We see that thou art good. Far shines thy lustre, thy beams, thy splendors have flown up to heaven. Decking thyself, thou makest bare thy bosom, shining in majesty, thou goddess morning. Red are the kine and luminous that bear her, the blessed one who spreadeth through the distance. The foes she chaseth like a valiant archer, like a swift warrior she repelleth darkness. Thy ways are easy on the hills. Thou passest in windless calm, self-luminous through waters. So, lofty goddess, with thine ample pathway, daughter of heaven, bring wealth to give us courage. Dawn, bring me wealth. Untroubled with thine oxen, thou bearest riches at thy will and pleasure. Thou who, a goddess, child of heaven, hast shown thee lovely through bounty when we called thee early. As the birds fly forth from their resting places, so men with store of food rise at thy dawning. Yea, to the liberal mortal who remaineth at home, O goddess dawn, much good thou bringest. The lover's vision of the happy island. There was once a very beautiful girl, more beautiful than all the Indian maidens of her tribe, who died suddenly on the eve of her marriage to a handsome young chief. And although her lover was brave, his heart was not proof against his loss. He mourned as one without hope. After her burial, he sat near the spot where her remains were deposited without speaking, musing and dreaming of her he had lost. War and hunting had no charms for him. He pushed aside his bow and arrow, for his heart was dead within him. He had heard the old people say that there was a path that led to the land of souls, and he determined to follow it. With this resolution he left the remains of his beloved, and after making some preparation for the journey, set out at an early hour of the morning. At first he hardly knew which direction to take, for he was guided only by the tradition that he must go southward. For a while he could discover no change in the appearance of the country. Forests, hills, valleys, and streams had the same familiar look that they wore around his native home. There was snow upon the ground, however, when he set out, and it was sometimes seen clinging in thick mats upon the trees and bushes, but at length it began to diminish, and finally, as he traveled swiftly along, totally disappeared, when the forest assumed a more cheerful appearance. The trees appeared to be putting forth their leaves, and suddenly, as if by enchantment, as he walked onward, he found himself surrounded by the budding flowers of spring. The air seemed warm upon his cheek, while overhead, instead of wintry clouds, the sky was clear, and his ears were saluted with songs of birds. The lover's heart beat quickly at these changes, for he knew he was in the right path, as appearances agreed with the traditions of his tribe. As he sped along, he discovered a footpath, which he followed, and was led through a dark grove, then up a long precipitous ridge, on the extreme summit of which he came to a lodge. In the doorway of this lodge stood an old man, whose hair was white as snow, and whose eyes, though deeply sunken, had a wonderful brilliancy. He had a long robe of skins thrown loosely around his shoulders, and a staff in his hand. The young lover accosted him and began to tell his story, when the old man interrupted him by saying, "I have expected you, and have just risen to bid you welcome. She whom you seek passed here a few days since. Enter my lodge, for therein she rested, being fatigued, and I will answer all your inquiries and give you direction for your journey from this point." Having entered and rested within the lodge, according to the old man's invitation, the young lover, impatient of delay, soon issued forth from the lodge door, accompanied by the venerable chief. "You see yonder gulf," said the chief, "and the wide-stretching blue plains beyond. It is the land of souls. You stand upon its borders, and my lodge is its gate of entrance. But you cannot take your body along with you. Leave it here with your bow and arrows, your bundle, and your dog. You will find it safe on your return." So saying, he turned and re-entered his lodge, and the freed traveler bounded forward as if his feet were winged. He found, as he thus sped forward, that all things retained their natural colors and shapes, except that they seemed more beautiful, the colors being richer and shapes more comely. And he would have thought that everything was the same as heretofore, had he not seen that the animals bounded across his path with the utmost freedom and confidence, and birds of beautiful plumage inhabited the groves, and sported in the waters in fearless and undisturbed enjoyment. As he passed on, however, he noticed that his passage was not impeded by trees or other objects. He appeared to walk directly through them. They were, in fact, but the souls of trees, and he then became sensible that he was in the land of the shadows. When he had traveled some distance through the country, which continually became more and more attractive, he came to the banks of a broad lake, in the center of which was a beautiful island, and tied upon the shore of this lake he found a canoe of white shining stone, within which were white paddles that seemed to be of the same shining material. He immediately entered the canoe and took the paddles in his hands, when, to his joy and surprise, on turning around, he discovered the object of his search, the young maiden in another canoe exactly the counterpart of his, who, having imitated his motions and gathering up the paddles and making preparations for embarking, followed him as he pushed off from shore. The waves of the lake soon began to rise, and at a distance looked ready to submerge them in their watery embrace. But yet, on approaching their white edges, they seemed to melt away. Still, as these enormous waves followed each other in quick succession, it kept them in continual fear, for they felt no certainty but that some one of them might break upon their canoes and bring them to destruction, while, added to this perpetual fear, the water of the lake was so clear that it disclosed to their affrighted gaze large heaps of bones of human beings who had perished before. And, as they moved on, they saw many persons struggling and sinking in the waves. Old men and women and young men and maidens were there, and but few were able to pass over. The children alone were seen to glide on without fear. However, notwithstanding their terror, the young man and maiden moved unharmed along, for their deeds in life had been free from evil, and the Master of Life had decreed their safety. And at length they leaped out upon the shore of the happy island, the place of their destination, and wandered together over the blissful fields, where everything was formed to delight the eye and please the ear. The air itself was like food, and nourished and strengthened them. There were no tempests, no one shivered for the want of warm clothes, no one suffered from hunger, no one mourned for the dead. They saw no graves, they heard of no wars. There was no hunting of animals. Gladly the young lover would have remained forever with his beloved in this beautiful land, but this was not permitted, for although he did not see the Master of Life, he heard his voice in a soft breeze which commanded his return. "Go back," said the voice, "to the land from whence you came. Your time has not yet come, your work is not finished, and the duties for which I made you are not completed. Return to your people and accomplish all the duties of a brave man. You will be the ruler of your tribe for many years. My messenger at the gate shall instruct you in your future work when he surrenders your body. Listen to him, and you shall afterwards rejoin the spirit which you must now leave behind. She is accepted and will dwell here forever, as young and as happy as when I called her from the land of snows." And with this, the lover's vision closed. End of Chapter 6, Part 4. Chapter 6, Part 5 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 5. Myths of the Sky and Air. The Message Bearers. When the Great Spirit brought the red men from the happy hunting grounds and left them upon the earth, they were filled with fear lest they could never make him hear their wants, and could not reach his ears when they desired to tell him of their joys and sorrows. The sachems went before him and said, O our Father, how will thy children tell thee of the deeds they have performed that will please thine ear? How will they ask thee to their homes to help them drive away the bad spirits? And how will they invite thee to their feasts and dances? O our Father, thou canst not at all times be awake and watching thy children, and they will not know when thou art sleeping. Thy children do not know the trail to the happy hunting grounds by which to send their wise men and sachems to talk with thee, for thou hast covered it with thy hands, and thy children cannot discover it. How will the words of thy children reach thee, O our Father, the Manito? How will what they say come to thine ears? Then the Great Spirit created for each one of the red men a second self, to whom he gave a home in the air. He provided these beings with wings and swift feet, so they could move very rapidly. To them he imparted the secrets of the entrance to his home, and made them guides to his children whom he had called on the long journey, so that they should not lose the paths leading to their future home. Finally, the Great Spirit told these creatures of the air that they should be message-bearers for his children, and convey their words exactly as spoken from one point to another until they reached the ears of his sachems in the big wigwam by the side of the council fire that never lost its light. They must be ready at all times to answer the calls of the red men, so that none of their words might be lost. Messages to the loved ones who had left the earth and gone to the happy hunting grounds must be transmitted with the same watchful care as were those intended for his ears alone. If any of his children spoke idle and untruthful words, they too must be repeated, that their father might know whether they were worthy to be admitted to the grand council fire. When he had finished his instructions, the Great Spirit told the sachems that he would return to his home, and that they could go with his children to the bank of a beautiful river near which they dwelt, and there talk to him. Slowly and with a loud voice, the chief sachem began to speak. From the opposite bank of the river, the waiting message-bearer caught up the sachem's words as they were spoken, and with a strong voice shouted them to another dweller of the air, who crouched in the tree-tops far down the river, ready and alert to do the Great Spirit's bidding. On and on, rolling along the ravines and valleys, leaping from hill-top to mountainside and from mountainside to lake, striding over the forests at a bound, fainter and yet fainter, until lost in the blue distance of the plain, the message of thankfulness and love was borne from the lips of the grateful sachem until it reached the ears of the ever-listening and loving Father, and was told to the chiefs who sat in the light of the council fire that never grows dim. The Way of the Gods, Japanese. Listen, my children, to the true story of the beginning of the world. When there was neither heaven nor earth, nor sun nor moon, nor anything that is, there existed in infinite space the invisible Lord of the middle heaven. With him were two other gods. By their miraculous power, a thing whose shape cannot be described came into existence in the midst of space, in appearance like a floating cloud. Forth from it sprang, as it were, a flowering rush sprout rising from the water, pure, translucent, and bright, which grew and grew and widened infinitely till it spread over all things and became the canopy of heaven. Then downward from the floating cloud grew the under region, the realm of night, which is the root region of the world and the abode of departed spirits. And the center of the floating cloud became the earth, which was still liquid and formless and without life. After this were born in heaven 7 generations of gods, and the last and most perfect of these were Izanogi and Izanami. Now, Izanogi and Izanami were the parents of the world and all that is in it. And it happened in this wise. The gods of the high plane of heaven said to Izanogi and Izanami, "Descend, and make of this drifting mud and ocean a firm and beautiful land, and fill it with living things." And the gods placed in their hands a mystic jeweled spear. Now, in these days, the heavens were near to the earth, and the space between was spanned by a heavenly floating bridge. So they set forth bravely on their journey, and looking down into the space beneath them, they saw in the depths the green plain of the sea. They held counsel together and said, "Is there not a country beneath?" And Izanagi pushed the jeweled spear down from the floating bridge and stirred the green sea round and round, and some say that is why the earth turns round and round to this day. Then the brine went curdle, curdle, and they drew up the spear, and the brine that fell from the end of the spear dropped down and became an island. This island was called Onagoro, and is one of the everlasting islands of the land of sunrise, of the land of fertile reed plains, which is Japan. Now the gods stepped down onto the earth, and it was strange and desolate, and they shivered and felt lonely and afraid. Suddenly sounded a whirring of wings. 2 tiny sekirei, wagtails, swept by and fluttered to the ground. It was early springtime. The living air thrilled warm and sweet. With little pecks and cheeps, full of busy pride, the pair sought twigs and grasses and wove them deftly into a downy nest. Quivering with rapture, the lover bird hovered round his mate and sang of love and joy and happy days to come. While the great gods watched, a warmth crept round the heart of Izanagi, and in Izanami's eyes was a mist of tears. She whispered softly, "Let us too make a house to dwell in." Then Izanagi plunged his spear into the ground, and round them rose a great and glorious palace, and the spear was the heart pillar thereof, and they were hidden from the sight of heaven and earth. Then, moving round this pillar, they met and gazed on one another with charmed eyes. The mother of mankind cried joyfully, "Behold, I have met with a lovely youth." And Izanagi cried back, "Behold, I have met with a lovely maiden." So the sekirei first taught the gods the ways of love, and are honored and cherished in Japan to this day. But Izanagi remembered how Izanami had been the first to speak, and in his displeasure said wrathfully, I am a man, and should by right have spoken first. When the first child born to them was ugly and deformed, they put him in a boat made of camphor wood, and he sailed away to sea and became the god of the fisher folk. His children are the hairy men who live in some of the islands of Japan to this day. Then the gods passed round the pillar a second time, and Izanagi spoke first. So his anger was appeased, and they lived greatly content. Together they made the 8 islands of Japan, and placed them at the summit of the globe. But the land was hidden, be covered with mists. So Izanagi sent forth the god of the winds. He, blowing lustily, rent the clouds, and the earth lay as a bride unveiled, shimmering with silver dew on her green pastures. Next came the food spirit to comfort mankind, the sea gods, the mountain gods, the gods of the river mouths, the tree gods, and the earth goddess. Last of all was born the fierce fire god, Keigutsuchi. Now this god was of such a hot and fiery temper that he burned his great mother, and she suffered change and departed to the lower world. Then Izanagi was wroth and cried aloud, Oh, that I should have given my beloved in return for a single child. And his sorrow was so great that he crawled round her head and her feet, and from the tears that he shed sprang up the goddess of weeping. Then he took his 10-span sword and hewed Kagutsuchi in 3 pieces, and each piece sprang into life as the spirit of thunder, the spirit of mountains, and the spirit of rain. Now Izanagi loved his wife so greatly that he could find no rest or peace on earth. And after wandering long in search of comfort and finding none, he determined to seek her, even in the realm of departed spirits. His way lay through a long and gloomy passage where few have trod, right through the center of the earth, till he came at length to the gate of everlasting night, to the kingdom of Yomi, the ruler of the underworld. He knocked at the gate and cried aloud, "Oh, my beloved sister, come back to me." And she answered him, "Oh, beloved elder brother, gladly would I come, but alas, I have eaten of Yomi's cooking and am bewitched. Let me return and speak to him, but do not thou follow me." So Izanagi waited anxiously without, till, growing impatient at her long delay, he broke a tooth off his comb, lighting it as a torch, and so dared to enter those terrible shades. Through dark and dreadful ways he wandered, and his heart quailed within him. But Yomi was wroth with him for his daring, and smote Izanami, so that when he found her, she lay as one altered in death, with 8 witches at her head and her feet. Then a great horror fell upon Izanagi. He turned and fled swiftly, and the 8 ugly women rose and pursued him. On he ran through winding ways where icy blasts fly shrieking, and the witches swept after him and would have caught him. But he seized the wreath from his head and flung it down, and it was changed into bunches of grapes. When the witches saw these, they stopped and greedily devoured them. Then, gathering up their robes, rose and pursued again. Izanagi felt the chill of their coming, and drew out a many-toothed comb from the right bunch of his hair and threw it behind him. Behold, as it touched the ground, there sprang up a hedge of young bamboo shoots across the path. The witches swooped down, pulled up the young shoots, and ate them to the last one, then again gave chase. Now Izanami too was angered against him, for she had been put to shame, and she sent 500 warriors from Yomi to pursue him. When the rush and the tramping drew nearer, Izanagi unsheathed his 10-span sword, and in his despair his breath failed as at the approach of death. Then suddenly appeared before him the gate of the pass of Yomi, and hastily plucking some peaches which grew by the gate, he threw them and scattered his pursuers, and himself passed through into the light. And he rolled a mighty stone across the mouth of the opening, so that none hereafter could move it. The peaches that had saved him he named their augustness the great divine fruit, and they are honored in some parts of Japan to this day. Now, when he came back into the world again, Izanagi felt very weary and searched for a clear stream to wash away the foulness of the lower regions which clung to him. When he had found one, he bathed therein, and of this washing many evil gods were born. Among them were the gods of crookedness, who loved to plague mankind. Seeing this evil, he made the gods of straightening, to make crooked things straight. Now, when he had rested and accomplished his purification, he created the greatest of his children in this wise. Descending once more into the clear stream, he bathed his left eye, and forth sprang Amaterasu, the great sun goddess. Sparkling with light, she rose from the waters as the sun rises in the east, and her brightness was wonderful, and shone through heaven and earth. Never was seen such radiant glory. Izanagi rejoiced greatly and said, "There is none like this miraculous child." Taking a necklace of jewels, he put it round her neck and said, "Rule thou over the plain of high heaven." Thus Amaterasu became the source of all life and light. The glory of her shining has warmed and comforted all mankind, and she is worshipped by them unto this day. Then he bathed his right eye, and there appeared her brother, the moon god. Izanagi said, "Thy beauty and radiance are next to the sun in splendor. Rule thou over the dominion of night." When the two beautiful ones had departed, a third god came forth, whose name was Susawo. He was a god with a strange destiny, and could never be at peace, sweeping ceaselessly over hills and valleys with his long beard floating behind him. Izanagi gave him dominion over the sea. But he was not content, and neglected his kingdom, restlessly roaming over the earth, so that the green mountains withered and the rivers dried up. The murmuring of spirits he woke with his moaning was as the sound of innumerable bees. So Izanagi, in his wrath, banished him to the nether regions, and having accomplished his work, withdrew into an island cave and abode there till the end. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1, of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1, Mother Myths and Child Myths. In all the myths we have learned about so far, there has been very little of the purely human element of affection. Yet it is true that reverence and love for the mother of all things was one of the earliest instincts in the mind of primitive man, as well as love and even reverence for children. The idea of the earth as a mother is a very simple and natural one. And so we find everywhere that the earth has been personified as a mother. Among the primitive people of America, the Earth Mother is a personage of much importance. The Peruvians worshipped her as Mama Pacha, or Mother Earth. The Caribs, when there was an earthquake, said it was their Mother Earth dancing, and signifying to them to dance and make merry likewise, which accordingly they did. Among the North American Indians, the Comanches call on the earth as their mother, while they regard the Great Spirit as their father. In the mythology of the Finns, Lapps, and Ests, the Earth Mother is a divinely honored personage. One of the most primitive forms of the Earth Mother is that of the Zulus. She is described as a very little animal, about as large as a polecat, and is marked with little white and black stripes. The Zulus say of her that she is not commonly seen. We hear it said that primitive men knew her. No one existing at the present time ever saw her. In spite of this fact, however, they seem to have very definite ideas of her appearance, for upon one side of this little black and white animal there grow a bed of reeds, a forest, and grass. She always goes about followed by a large troop of children which resemble her, and in whose welfare she takes a great interest. The name of this goddess is Inkosazana. The oldest of all their gods in Polynesian mythology is a mother goddess called Vari. She is the very beginning of things in the abyss. She is celebrated as the source of all from whom all beings claim descent. She sheltered the Earth Mother, who in Polynesian mythology is called Papa, whose husband was Rangi, the heaven. How these two came to be separated is told in the story of the children of heaven and earth. We see from this myth of Vari that the earth is not the only mother goddess. The very beginnings of things in night and chaos were frequently represented as mother goddesses. For example, the Egyptian mother goddess was Neith, the goddess of night. She is celebrated as the only one. Glory to thee, thou art mightier than the gods. The form of the living souls which are in their places give glory to the terrors of thee, their mother, thou art their origin. She is represented as self-existing. I am all that was and is to be. No mortal hath lifted my veil. In the public library in Boston, the artist Sargent has made the vague black figure of this goddess the background in his fresco, giving a symbolic representation of Egyptian religion. The face of Neith shows inscrutable calm, and she wears as a necklace the constellations of the zodiac, and on her head the winged globe of the sun. She was said also to have been the mother of the sun. The Hindu Aditi, mother of the gods, seems to have been a goddess of the same kind. She is said to represent free, unbounded infinity, and is the mother of 12 heavenly beings, sun gods called Adityas. Her kinship with other mother goddesses is shown by the fact that she was invoked as the bestower of blessings on children and cattle. In the naive and poetical little myth of the Malayan Peninsula given later, the sun and moon both figure as mother goddesses. The worship of mother goddesses among the ancient Mexican Indians was prominent. Hymns descriptive of two are given here. The first is to the goddess Titawinyan, the mother of the gods. She was also called Sosi, our mother, and also by another name which signified the heart of the earth. This last name was given to her because she was believed to be the cause of earthquakes. She presided over the vegetable and animal world, and her chief temple at Tepeyac was one of the most renowned in ancient Mexico. The other goddess, Ciacoatl, was the mythical mother of the human race, and was regarded with veneration on account of her antiquity. As well as being an earth goddess, she was the goddess of war. It would be possible to give many illustrations of mother tree goddesses, but we have space for only one, that of the Persian world tree, in whose midst dwelt the mother of all. In Eridu, a dark pine grew. It was planted in a holy place. Its crown was crystal white, which spread toward the deep vault above. The abyss of Hea was its pasturage in Eridu, a canal full of waters. Its station was the center of the earth. Its shrine was the couch of Mother Zikham. The roof of its holy house, like a forest, spread its shade. There were none who entered within. It was the seat of the mighty Mother who passes athwart the heavens. The Norse earth goddess, consort of Odin, appears in three forms: Jord, Frigg, and Rind. Jord is the original uninhabited earth. Frigg is the inhabited, cultivated earth, and Rind is the frozen earth of winter. The child of the first is Thor, the thunderer. Of the second is Balder, the good or the beautiful. And of the third is Val, who revenged the death of Balder. Of these, Frigg is more nearly like other mother goddesses, though she seems to be somewhat withdrawn from active participation in the duties of the mother goddess. These are handed over to her maid servants, of whom she had 7: Fulla, Hlin, Gwa, Snotra, Var, Lofu, and Sign. Fulla, with golden hair adorned with a ribbon, looks after harvests. Hlin is the protectress who delivers people from peril. Gwa is the messenger who runs errands for Frigg. Var has charge of marriage, Lofu of love, and Sign of justice. The counterpart of Frigg in Greek mythology is Demeter, Roman name Ceres, the daughter of another earth goddess, Rhea. Like Frigg, she represents the bountiful, life-giving aspects of nature. She is best described in the hymn written in her honor by Callimachus, given later, and in which you will recognize another version of the story of Eryxithan. Malayan story of the sun and moon. The moon is a woman, and the sun also. The stars are the moon's children, and the sun had in olden times as many. Fearing, however, that mankind could not bear so much brightness and heat, they agreed each to devour her children. But the moon, instead of eating up her stars, hid them from the sun's sight, who, believing them all devoured, ate up her own. No sooner had she done it than the moon brought her family out of their hiding place. When the sun saw them, filled with rage, she chased the moon to kill her. The chase has lasted ever since, and sometimes the sun even comes near enough to bite the moon, and that is an eclipse. The sun, as men may see, still devours her stars at dawn, and the moon hides hers all day while the sun is near, and only brings them out at night when her pursuer is far away. Hymn to the Mother of the Gods. Mexican Indian. Hail to our mother, who caused the yellow flowers to blossom, she who scattered the seeds of the maguey as she came forth from paradise. Hail to our mother, who poured forth white flowers in abundance, who scattered the seeds of the maguey as she came forth from paradise. Hail to the goddess who shines in the thorn bush like a bright butterfly. Ho, she is our mother, goddess of the earth. She supplies food in the desert to the wild beasts and causes them to live. Thus you see her to be an ever-fresh model of liberality toward all flesh. And as you see the goddess of the earth do to the wild beasts, so also does she toward the green herbs and the fishes. Hymn to Ciacoatl, the mother of mortals. Kilotzli, plumed with eagle feathers, with the crest of eagles painted with serpent's blood, comes with her hoe, beating her drum from Cohulcan. She alone, who is our flesh, goddess of the fields and shrubs, is strong to support us. With the hoe, with hands full, with the hoe, with hands full, the goddess of the fields is strong to support us. With a broom in her hands, the goddess of the fields strongly supports us. Our mother is as 12 eagles, goddess of drum beating, filling the fields of Tsioac and Maguey like our Lord Mixcoatele. She is our mother, a goddess of war. Our mother, a goddess of war, an example and a companion from the home of our ancestors. She comes forth, she appears when war is waged. She protects us in war that we shall not be destroyed, an example and companion from the home of our ancestors. She comes adorned in the ancient manner with the eagle crest, in the ancient manner with the eagle crest. The children of heaven and earth. Polynesian. Men had but one pair of primitive ancestors. They sprang from the vast heaven that exists above us, and from the earth which lies beneath us. According to the traditions of our race, Rangi and Papa, or heaven and earth, were the sources from which, in the beginning, all things originated. Darkness then rested upon the heaven and upon the earth, and they still both clave together, for they had not yet been rent apart, and their children were ever thinking among themselves what might be the difference between darkness and light. At last, worn out by the continued darkness, the children of heaven and earth consulted amongst themselves, saying, "Let us now determine what we should do with Rangi and Papa, whether it would be better to slay them or to rend them apart." Then spoke Tutumatonga, the fiercest of the children of heaven and earth. "It is well, let us slay them." Then spoke Tanimahuta, the father of forests and of all things that inhabit them, or that are constructed from trees. "Nay, not so. It is better to rend them apart, and to let the heavens stand far above us, and the earth lie under our feet. Let the sky become as a stranger to us, but the earth remain close to us as our nursing mother." The brothers all consented to this proposal, with the exception of Taharaimatea, the father of winds and storms, and he, fearing that his kingdom was about to be overthrown, grieved greatly at the thought of his parents being torn apart. Finally, however, having come to an agreement as to their plans, lo, Rongomatani, the god and father of the cultivated food of man, rises up that he may rend apart heaven and earth. He struggles, but he cannot rend them apart. Lo, next, Tangawa, the god and father of fish and reptiles, rises up, that he may rend apart heaven and earth. He also struggles, but he cannot rend them apart. Lo, next, whom Mia Tikitiki, the god and father of the food of man, which springs without cultivation, rises up and struggles, but ineffectually. Lo, then, Tumatanga, the god and father of fierce human beings, rises up and struggles, but he too fails in his efforts. Then at last slowly uprises Tane Mahuta, the god and father of forests, of birds, and of insects, and he struggles with his parents. In vain he strives to rend them apart with his hands and arms. Lo, he pauses. His head is now firmly planted on his mother the earth. His feet he raises up and rests against his father the heaven. He strains his back and limbs with mighty effort. Now are rent apart Rangi and Papa, and with cries and groans of woe they shriek aloud. Wherefore slay you thus your parents? Why commit you so dreadful a crime as to slay us, as to rend your parents apart? But Tani Mahuta pauses not. He regards not their shrieks and cries. Far, far beneath him he presses down the earth. Far, far above him he thrusts up the sky. Then also there arose in the breast of Tahare Matia, the god and father of winds and storms, a fierce desire to wage war with his brothers, because they had rent apart their common parents. The god of hurricanes and storms dreads also that the world should become too fair and beautiful. So he rises, follows his father to the realms above, and hurries to the sheltered hollows in the boundless skies. There he hides and clings, and nestling in this place of rest, he consults long with his parent, and as the vast heaven listens to the suggestions of Tahare Matia, thoughts and plans are formed in his breast, and Tahare Matia understands what he must do. He sends forth fierce squalls, whirlwinds, dense clouds, massy clouds, dark clouds, gloomy thick clouds, fiery clouds, clouds which precede hurricanes, clouds of fiery black, clouds reflecting glowing red light, clouds wildly drifting from all quarters and wildly bursting, clouds of thunderstorms, and clouds hurriedly flying. In the midst of these, Tahare Matia himself sweeps wildly on. Alas, alas, then rages the fierce hurricane, and whilst Tani Mahuta and his gigantic forests still stand, unconscious and unsuspecting, the blast of the breath of the mouth of Tahare Matia smites them. The gigantic trees are snapped off right in the middle. Alas, alas, they are rent to atoms, dashed to the earth, with boughs and branches torn and scattered and lying on the earth. Trees and branches, all alike, left for the insect, for the grub, and for loathsome rottenness. From the forests and their inhabitants, Tahare Matia next swoops down upon the seas, and lashes in his wrath the ocean. Ah, ah, waves steep as cliffs arise, whose summits are so lofty that to look from them would make the beholder giddy. These soon eddy in whirlpools, and Tangawa, the god of ocean and father of all that dwell therein, flies affrighted through his seas. Ta-ha-Raya-Mattia next rushed on to attack his brothers Rango-Matane and Humia-Tikatiki, the gods and progenitors of cultivated and uncultivated food. But Papa, to save these for her other children, caught them up and hid them in a place of safety. And so well were these children of hers concealed by their mother earth, that Ta-ha-Raya-Mattia sought for them in vain. Ta-ha-Raya-Mattia, having thus vanquished all his other brothers, next rushed against Tumatanga, to try his strength against his. He exerted all his force against him, but he could neither shake him nor prevail against him. What did Tumatanga care for his brother's wrath? He was the only one of the whole party of brothers who had planned the destruction of their parents, and had shown himself brave and fierce in war. Tumatanga, or man, still stood erect and unshaken upon the breast of his mother earth. And now at length the hearts of heaven and the gods of storms became tranquil, and their passions were assuaged. Up to this time the vast heaven has still ever remained separated from his spouse the earth. Yet their mutual love still continues. The soft warm sighs of her loving bosom still ever rise up to him, ascending from the woody mountains and valleys, and men call these mists and the vast heaven, as he mourns through the long nights his separation from his beloved, drops frequent tears upon her bosom, and men seeing these term them dewdrops. Story of Demeter. Greek, from the hymn of Callimachus. He sings how Demeter was the first to cut off wheat, straw, and handfuls of ears, and introduced oxen to tread out the corn. He tells also how she punishes those who are guilty of disrespect to her power. She made the son of Triopas pitiable by hunger. Not yet were the Pelasgians inhabiting the Cnidian land, but sacred Dotium. But to thyself had raised a beautiful enclosure, thickly grown with trees. Scarce would an arrow have penetrated it. In it was the pine, in it tall elms and pear trees also, and beautiful sweet apples, whilst the water, like as amber, was bursting forth from springs. Then the son of Triopas hastened forth with 20 servants, all in their prime, all giant men, having armed them in both respects with hatchets and axes. So they rushed without shame into the grove of Demeter. Now there was a poplar, a large tree reaching to heaven, and under it the nymphs there wont to disport themselves in the noontide, which, stricken first, sounded an evil melody for the rest. Demeter became aware that her sacred grove was in danger, and said in anger, "Who is hewing down my beautiful trees?" Forthwith she likened herself to Nisip, whom the state had appointed as her public priestess, and she grasped in her hand the fillets and poppies and kept her key on her shoulders. Then said she, soothing the sad and shameless man, "My son, who fellest the sacred trees which are consecrated to gods, stay, my son child, much beloved by thy parents. Forbear and turn away thy servants, lest anywise our Lady Demeter be wroth with thee, Demeter, whose holy precinct thou art pillaging." At her then, looking askance more fiercely than a lioness with savage brood. Give way, lest I fasten this great axe in thy flesh. These trees thou shalt behold my well-roofed house, wherein I shall ever and anon hold pleasant banquets to my heart's content with my companions. So spake the youth, and Nemesis recorded the wicked speech. Demeter was wroth in an unspeakable degree, and she became the goddess. Her steps indeed trod the ground, but her head touched Olympus. Then were they half dead, I wot, when they had seen the awful goddess, and on a sudden rushed away, having left the axe among the oaks. The rest she left alone, for by constraint they followed beneath their lord's hands. But she replied to the king that vexed her, So, build thy hall, thou dog, wherein thou mayest hold banquets, for frequent festivals thou shalt have hereafter. Forthwith she sent upon him a grievous fierce hunger, burning and violent. So terrible was his appetite that he ate up everything his mother had, causing her to call on Neptune. Either remove thou from him his sad disorder, or thyself take and maintain him, for my tables have fallen short. Reft are my folds, and my stalls now void of beasts, and at length my cooks have declined the task. Nay, more, they have unyoked the mules from the great wains, and he ate the heifer which his mother was feeding for Vesta, and the prize-gaining steed and war-horse, and the cat which lesser animals dread. O Demeter, may he be no friend to me who is hated by you. Sing, ye virgins, and ye mothers join the acclaim. All hail, Demeter, many nurturing of many measures. And as the 4 white-maned steeds carry the basket, so shall the great goddess wide-ruling come, bringing to us fair spring, fair summer, winter, and autumn, and shall keep them for us to another year. Hail, goddess, and preserve this city in harmony and prosperity, and bring all things home ripe from the fields. Feed our cattle, support our fruit trees, bring forth the ear, produce the harvest. Nurse also peace, that he who has sowed, that same may reap. Be propitious at my bidding, O thou, thrice prayed for, widely ruling among goddesses. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2 Mother Myths and Child Myths. The story of Demeter and Persephone, Greek. Once upon a time, when the giants had all been imprisoned by Zeus under Mount Etna, Pluto, the ruler over the lower regions, or Hades, became very much alarmed lest the shock of their fall might expose his kingdom to the light of day. Under this apprehension, he mounted his chariot, drawn by black horses, and made a journey of inspection to satisfy himself of the extent of the damage. While he was thus engaged, he was espied by the goddess of love, Aphrodite, Venus, who was sitting on Mount Eryx, playing with her little boy Eros, Cupid. He is one of the children in mythology who never grows up and never grows any wiser. He carries about with him always a bow and a quiver full of arrows, which he shoots right into the hearts of people, and fills them with a love so overwhelming for someone they have seen that they will even carry that person off against his or her will, as this present story shows. As soon as Aphrodite saw Pluto, she exclaimed, "My son, take thy darts, which subdue all, even Zeus himself, and send one into the breast of yonder dark monarch who rules the realm of Tartarus. Dost thou not see that even in heaven some despise our power? Athene and Artemis defy us, and there is that daughter of Demeter who threatens to follow their example. Now, if thou regardest thine own interest or mine, join these two in one." The boy selected his sharpest and truest arrow and sped it right to the heart of Pluto. Now, in the vale of Enna is a lake embowered in woods, where spring reigns perpetual. Here Persephone, Roman Proserpina, was playing with her companions, gathering lilies and violets, when the god Pluto saw her. He immediately loved her, and without waiting to find out whether she returned his love or not, he caught her up and carried her off. She screamed for help to her mother and her companions, but Pluto urged on his steeds and outdistanced pursuit. When he reached the river Cyane, it opposed his passage, whereupon he struck the bank with his trident, and the earth opened and gave him a passage to Tartarus. Then Demeter, overwhelmed with grief, sought her daughter through the whole world. Bright-haired Aurora, when she came forth in the morning, and Hesperus, when he led out the stars in the evening, found her still busy in the search. At length, weary and sad, she sat down upon a stone and remained 9 days and 9 nights in the open air, under the sunlight and moonlight and falling showers. It was where the city of Eleusis now stands, near the home of an old man named Salius. His little girl, pitying the old woman, said to her, "Mother," and the name was sweet to the ears of Demeter, "why sittest thou here alone upon the rocks?" The old man begged her to come into his cottage. She declined. He urged her. "Go in peace," she replied, "and be happy in thy daughter. I have lost mine." But their compassion finally prevailed. Demeter rose from the stone and went with them. As they walked, Salius said that his only son lay sick of a fever. The goddess stooped and gathered some poppies. Then, entering the cottage where all was in distress, for the boy, Triptolemus, seemed past recovery, she restored the child to life and health with a kiss. In grateful happiness the family spread the table and put upon it curds and cream, apples and honey in the comb. When they ate, Demeter mingled poppy juice in the milk of the boy. When night came, she arose, and taking the sleeping boy, molded his limbs with her hands, and uttered over him 3 times a solemn charm, then went and laid him in the ashes. His mother, who had been watching what her guest was doing, sprang forward with a cry and snatched the child from the fire. Then Demeter assumed her own form, and a divine splendor shone all around. While they were overcome with astonishment, she said, "Mother, thou hast been cruel in thy fondness, for I would have made thy son immortal. Nevertheless, he shall be great and useful. He shall teach men the use of the plough and the rewards which labor can win from the soil. So saying, she wrapped a cloud about her, and mounting her chariot, rode away. Demeter continued her search for her daughter until at last she returned to Sicily, whence she had at first set out, and stood by the banks of the river Cyane. The river nymph would have told the goddess all she had witnessed, but dared not for fear of Pluto. So she ventured merely to take up the girdle which Persephone had dropped in her flight, and float it to the feet of her mother. Demeter, seeing this, laid her curse upon the innocent earth in which her daughter had disappeared. Then succeeded drought and famine, flood and plague, until at last the fountain Arethusa made intercession for the land. For she had observed that it had opened all unwillingly to the might of Pluto, and she had also, in her flight from Alpheus through the lower regions of the earth, beheld the missing Persephone. She reported that the daughter of Demeter seemed sad, but no longer showed alarm in her countenance. Her look was such as became a queen, the queen of Erebus, the powerful bride of the monarch of the realm of the dead. When Demeter heard this, she stood a while like one stupefied. Then she implored Zeus to interfere to procure the restitution of her daughter. Zeus consented on condition that Persephone should not, during her stay in the lower world, have taken any food. Otherwise, the fates forbade her release. Accordingly, Hermes was sent, accompanied by Spring, to demand Persephone of Pluto. The wily monarch consented, but alas, the maiden had taken a pomegranate which Pluto offered her, and had sucked the sweet pulp from a few of the seeds. A compromise, however, was effected by which she was to pass half the time with her mother and the rest with the Lord of Hades. So the flowers bloom upon the earth for half the year, and for the other half are buried underground out of sight. Demeter, pacified with this arrangement, restored the earth to her favor. She remembered also about Salius and his family, and her promise to his infant son Triptolemus. She taught the boy the use of the plough and how to sow the seed. She took him in her chariot, drawn by winged dragons, through all the countries of the earth, and under her guidance he imparted to mankind valuable grains and the knowledge of agriculture. After his return, Triptolemus built a temple to Demeter in Eleusis, and established the worship of the goddess under the name of the Eleusinian Mysteries, which, in the splendor and solemnity of their observance, surpassed all other religious celebrations among the Greeks. Myths in which children figure are so numerous that it will be possible to give but a few of the most important ones. There are sun and moon children, and star children, and children of the wind, strong children and clever children and tricksy children, and even children who are worshipped as ancestors. A charming tale of the Zuni Indians tells how they came to worship children. Once some mothers were crossing a river with their children. By some magical means, the children were changed into such ugly and mischievous shapes that many of the mothers, in their fright, let them fall into the water. Some of them held fast to their children, and these were restored to their natural shapes on the other side of the river. But those who had lost their children grieved deeply, and nothing could comfort them. Thereupon, 2 little twin brothers, who were called sons of the sun, went downward beneath the waters of a lake to the dwelling of the children, who as soon as they saw the twins inquired lovingly how it fared with their mothers. Their visitors told them of the grief and sorrow of their parents, whereupon the children said, "Tell our mothers we are not dead, but live and sing in this beautiful place, which is the home for them when they sleep. One day they will wake here and be happy always. And we are here to intercede with the Sun, our Father, that he may give to our people rain and the fruits of the earth, and all that is good for them." Ever since these children have been worshipped as ancestral gods. We have already had a little story in which the stars appear as the children of the sun and moon. In another one, of the Indians of British Columbia, the dark spots which we see on the moon are supposed to be a child and her little basket. According to this legend, one night a child of the chief class awoke and cried for water. Its cries were very affecting. "Mother, give me a drink." But the mother heeded not. The moon was touched and came down, entered the house, and approached the child, saying, "Here is water from heaven. Drink." The child eagerly took hold of the jar and drank the water, and was then enticed to go away with its benefactor, the moon. They took an underground passage until they got quite clear of the village, and then ascended to heaven. And still we see in the moon the figure of that very child, carrying the little round basket it had in its hand when it went to sleep. The Indians of Mount Shasta have a little wind child, who also became the ancestress of the grizzly bear people. They tell how once a terrific storm came up from the sea and shook to its base the wigwam, Mount Shasta itself, in which lived the Great Spirit and his family. Then the Great Spirit commanded his daughter, little more than an infant, to go up and command the wind to be still. But he cautioned her at the same time, in a tender, fatherly manner, to be sure and not put her head out into the blast, but to thrust out her little red arm and make a sign before she delivered her message. But she could not withstand the temptation to look out upon the world, and of course, being such a little thing, she was caught up by the storm and blown down the mountain into the land of the grizzly bear people. She married one of them and became the ancestress of a new race of men. When the Great Spirit heard that his daughter still lived, he ran down the mountain for joy, but when he found out that his daughter had married one of the grizzly bear people, he was so angry that he cursed the grizzly people and turned them into the present race of bears of that name. Then he drove them and the new race of men out of their wigwam, shut to the door, and passed away to his mountains, carrying his daughter with him. And her or him no eye has seen since. A very important mythical being in Polynesian mythology is a little boy called Maui Tiki Tiki o Turanga, and how he caught the sun is told in the story of him in this chapter. The Egyptians called the sun itself a child when it was rising. The name of this child sun was Horus, and he was sometimes regarded as the god of silence and represented as a child with his finger held up to his lip. The principal children in Greek myths are Heracles and Hermes, who, although they figure in many stories after they had become full-grown gods, were both very remarkable when they were babies. Heracles was the god of strength, but it is very probable that there are some cosmic elements in the conception of this god. His struggle with the serpents in his babyhood resembles very closely other battles in mythology between the sun and the powers of darkness, Ra, and Anapef, or Apollo, and the python. Hermes, who is a roguish little imp, is full of such tricks as the wind plays, and he has become the model of many a medieval tale of tricksy thieves and wonder-workers. Other stories to be given in this chapter show how important little human children were among primitive people. So important in one story that all the animals in the world assembled and tried to save two little boys who went sound asleep upon a rock that gradually rose higher and higher until their faces touched the moon. And so important in another that even the great god of the Algonquins, Gluiscup himself, was conquered by the baby. And in still another Indian myth so important that if it had not been for the wishes of the little son of a Manito, there would never have been any summer. But this last, if he really were the son of a Manito, was of course a little more than human. Legend of Tutakanula, Indians of the Yosemite Valley. There were once two little boys living in the valley who went down to the river to swim. After paddling and splashing about to their heart's content, they went on shore and crept upon a huge boulder that stood beside the water, on which they lay down in the warm sunshine to dry themselves. Very soon they fell asleep, and slept so soundly that they never wakened more. Through moons and snows, winter and summer, they slumbered on. Meantime, the great rock whereon they slept was treacherously rising day and night, little by little, until it soon lifted them up beyond the sight of their friends, who sought them everywhere weeping. Thus they were borne up at last beyond all human help or reach of human voice, lifted up into the blue heavens, far up, until their faces touched the moon, and still they slumbered and slept year after year, safe among the clouds. Then, upon a time, all the animals assembled together to bring down the little boys from the top of the great rock. Every animal made a spring up the face of the wall as far as he could leap. The little mouse could only jump up a handbreadth, the rat 2 handbreadths, the raccoon a little farther, and so on, the grizzly bear making a mighty leap far up the wall, but falling back like all the others. Last of all the lion tried, and he jumped up farther than any other animal, but he too fell down flat on his back. Then came along an insignificant measuring worm, which even the mouse could have crushed by treading on it, and began to creep up the rock. Step by step, a little at a time, he measured his way up, until he presently was above the lion's jump, then pretty soon out of sight. So he crawled up and up, through many sleeps, for about one whole snow, and at last he reached the top. Then he took the little boys and came downward as he went up, so bringing them safely to ground. And the rock is called the measuring worm, Tutokanula. Nezikiwawa-san, or the Lone Lightning, Ojibwa. A little orphan boy, who had no one to care for him, was once living with his uncle, who treated him very badly, making him do hard things and giving him very little to eat, so that the boy pined away. He never grew much, and became, through hard usage, very thin and light. At last the uncle felt ashamed of his treatment, and determined to make amends for it by fattening him up. But his real object was to kill him by overfeeding. He told his wife to give the boy plenty of bear's meat, and let him have the fat, which is thought to be the best part. They were both very assiduous in cramming him, and one day came near choking him to death by forcing the fat down his throat. The boy escaped and fled from the lodge. He knew not where to go, but wandered about. When night came on, he was afraid the wild beasts would eat him. So he climbed up into the forks of a huge pine tree, and there he fell asleep in the branches and had an opowe, or ominous dream. A person appeared to him from the upper sky and said, "My poor little lad, I pity you, and the bad usage you have received from your uncle has led me to visit you. Follow me and step in my tracks." Immediately his sleep left him, and he rose up and followed his guide, mounting up higher and higher into the air until he reached the upper sky. Here 12 arrows were put into his hands, and he was told that there were a great many Manitos in the northern sky, against whom he must go to war and try to waylay and shoot them. Accordingly, he went to that part of the sky, and at long intervals shot arrow after arrow until he had expended 11 in vain attempts to kill the Manitos. At the flight of each arrow there was a long and solitary streak of lightning in the sky. Then all was clear again, and not a cloud or spot could be seen. The 12th arrow he held a long time in his hands, and looked around keenly on every side to spy the Manitos he was after. But these Manitos were very cunning, and could change their form in a moment. All they feared was the boy's arrows, for these were magic arrows, which had been given to him by a good spirit, and had power to kill them if aimed aright. At length the boy drew up his last arrow, settled in his aim, and let fly, as he thought, into the very heart of the chief of the Manitos. But before the arrow reached him, the Manito changed himself into a rock. Into this rock the head of the arrow sank deep and stuck fast. "Now your gifts are all expended," cried the enraged Manito, "and I will make an example of your audacity and pride of heart for lifting your bow against me." And so saying, he transformed the boy into the Nasik Awawasan, or lone lightning, which may be observed in the northern sky to this day. Wasis, the baby. How the Lord of men and beasts strove with the mighty Wasis, and was shamefully defeated. Penobscot. Now it came to pass, when Gluiskap had conquered all his enemies, even the Kiwak, who were giants and sorcerers, and the Mtolin, who were magicians, and the Pamola, who is the evil spirit of the night air, and all manner of ghosts, witches, devils, cannibals, and goblins, that he thought upon what he had done, and wondered if his work was at an end. And he said this to a certain woman, but she replied, "Not so fast, master, for there yet remains one whom no one has ever conquered or got the better of in any way, and who will remain unconquered to the end of time." "And who is he?" inquired the master. "It is the mighty Wasis," she replied, "and there he sits, and I warn you that if you meddle with him, you will be in sore trouble." Now Wasis was the baby, and he sat on the floor sucking a piece of maple sugar, greatly contented, troubling no one. As the lord of men and beasts had never married or had a child, he knew naught of the way of managing children. Therefore he was quite certain, as is the wont of such people, that he knew all about it. So he turned to Baby with a bewitching smile and bade him come to him. Then Baby smiled again, but did not budge. And the master spake sweetly, and made his voice like that of the summer bird. But it was of no avail, for Wasis sat and sucked his maple sugar. Then the master frowned and spoke terribly, and ordered Wasis to come crawling to him immediately. And Baby burst out into crying and yelling, but did not move for all that. Then, since he could do but one thing more, the master had recourse to magic. He used his most awful spells, and sang the songs which raise the dead and scare the devils. And Wasis sat and looked on admiringly, and seemed to find it very interesting, but all the same he never moved an inch. So Glooskap gave it up in despair, and Wasis, sitting on the floor in the sunshine, went goo, goo, and crowed. And to this day, when you see a babe well contented, going goo, goo, and crowing, and no one can tell why, know that it is because he remembers the time when he overcame the master who had conquered all the world. For of all the beings that have ever been since the beginning, Baby is alone the only invincible one. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 3 Mother Myths and Child Myths. Ojig Anung, or the Summer Maker, North American Indian. There lived a celebrated hunter on the southern shores of Lake Superior, who was considered a manito by some, for there was nothing but what he could accomplish. He lived off the path, in a wild, lonesome place, with a wife whom he loved, and they were blessed with a son who had attained his 13th year. The hunter's name was Ojig, or the Fisher, which is the name of an expert, sprightly little animal common to the region. He was so successful in the chase that he seldom returned without bringing his wife and son a plentiful supply of venison or other dainties of the woods. As hunting formed his constant occupation, his son began early to emulate his father in the same employment, and would take his bow and arrows and exert his skill in trying to kill birds and squirrels. The greatest impediment he met with was the coldness and severity of the climate. He often returned home, his little fingers benumbed with cold, and crying with vexation at his disappointment. Days and months and years passed by, but still the same perpetual depth of snow was seen, covering all the country as with a white cloak. One day, after a fruitless trial of his forest skill, the little boy was returning homeward with a heavy heart, when he saw a small red squirrel gnawing the top of a pine bur. He had approached within a proper distance to shoot, when the squirrel sat up on its hind legs and thus addressed him. "My grandchild, put up your arrows, and listen to what I have to tell you." The boy complied rather reluctantly, when the squirrel continued. "My son, I see you pass frequently, with your fingers benumbed with cold and crying with vexation for not having killed any birds. Now, if you follow my advice, we will see if you cannot accomplish your wishes. If you will strictly pursue my advice, we will have perpetual summer, and you will then have the pleasure of killing as many birds as you please. And I will also have something to eat, as I am now myself on the point of starvation. Listen to me. As soon as you get home, you must commence crying. You must throw away your bow and arrows in discontent. If your mother asks you what is the matter, you must not answer her, but continue crying and sobbing. If she offers you anything to eat, you must push it away with apparent discontent and continue crying. In the evening, when your father returns from hunting, he will inquire of your mother what is the matter with you. She will answer that you came home crying and would not so much as mention the cause to her. All this while you must not leave off sobbing. At last your father will say, "My son, why is this unnecessary grief? Tell me the cause. You know I am a spirit, and that nothing is impossible for me to perform." You must then answer him and say that you are sorry to see the snow continually on the ground, and to ask him if he could not cause it to melt, so that we might have perpetual summer. Say it in a supplicating way, and tell him this is the cause of your grief. Your father will reply, "It is very hard to accomplish your request, but for your sake, and on account of my love for you, I will use my utmost endeavors." He will tell you to be still and cease crying. He will try to bring summer with all its loveliness. You must then be quiet and eat that which is set before you. The squirrel ceased. The boy promised obedience to his advice and departed. When he reached home, he did as he had been instructed, and all was exactly fulfilled as it had been predicted by the squirrel. Ojeeg told him that it was a great undertaking. He must first make a feast and invite some of his friends to accompany him on a journey. Next day he had a bear roasted whole. All who had been invited to the feast came punctually to the appointment. There were the otter, beaver, lynx, badger, and wolverine. After the feast, they arranged it among themselves to set out on the contemplated journey in 3 days. When the time arrived, the fisher took leave of his wife and son, as he foresaw that it was for the last time. He and his companions traveled in company day after day, meeting with nothing but the ordinary incidents. On the 20th day they arrived at the foot of a high mountain, where they saw the tracks of some person who had recently killed an animal, which they knew by the blood that marked the way. The fisher told his friends that they ought to follow the track and see if they could not procure something to eat. They followed it for some time. At last they arrived at a lodge, which had been hidden from their view by a hollow in the mountain. Ojeeg told his friends to be very sedate and not to laugh on any account. The first object that they saw was a man standing at the door of the lodge, but of so deformed a shape that they could not possibly make out who or what sort of man it could be. His head was enormously large. He had such a queer set of teeth and no arms. They wondered how he could kill animals. But the secret was soon revealed. He was a great manito. He invited them to pass the night, to which they consented. He boiled his meat in a hollow vessel made of wood, and took it out of this singular kettle in some way unknown to his guests. He carefully gave each their portion to eat, but made so many odd movements that the otter could not refrain from laughing, for he is the only one who is spoken of as a jester. The manito looked at him with a terrible look, and then made a spring at him, and got on him to smother him, for that was his mode of killing animals. But the otter, when he felt him on his neck, slipped his head back and made for the door, which he passed in safety, but went out with the curse of the Manito. The others passed the night, and they conversed on different subjects. The Manito told the fisher that he would accomplish his object, but that it would probably cost him his life. He gave them his advice, directed them how to act, and described a certain road which they must follow, and they would thereby be led to the place of action. They set off in the morning, and met their friend the otter shivering with cold. But Ojeeg had taken care to bring along some of the meat that had been given him, which he presented to his friend. They pursued their way, and traveled 20 days more before they got to the place of which the Manito had told them. It was a most lofty mountain. They rested on its highest peak to fill their pipes and refresh themselves. Before smoking, they made the customary ceremony, pointing to the heavens, the 4 winds, the earth, and the zenith. In the meantime, speaking in a loud voice, they addressed the Great Spirit, hoping that their object would be accomplished. They then commenced smoking. They gazed on the sky in silent admiration and astonishment, for they were on so elevated a point that it appeared to be only a short distance above their heads. After they had finished smoking, they prepared themselves. Ojeeg told the otter to make the first attempt to try and make a hole in the sky. He consented with a grin. He made a leap, but fell down the hill, stunned by the force of his fall. And the snow being moist and falling on his back, he slid with velocity down the side of the mountain. When he found himself at the bottom, he thought to himself, "It is the last time I shall attempt such a jump, so I will make the best of my way home." Then it was the turn of the beaver, who made the attempt but fell down senseless. Then of the lynx and badger, who had no better success. "Now," says Fisher to the wolverine, "try your skill. Your ancestors were celebrated for their activity, hardihood, and perseverance, and I depend on you for success. Now make the attempt." He did so, but also without success. He leaped the second time, but now they could see that the sky was giving way to their repeated attempts. Mustering strength, he made the third leap and went in. The fisher nimbly followed him. They found themselves in a beautiful plain, extending as far as the eye could reach, covered with flowers of 1,000 different hues and fragrance. Here and there were clusters of tall, shady trees, separated by innumerable streams of the purest water, which wound around their courses under the cooling shades, and filled the plain with countless beautiful lakes, whose banks and bosom were covered with waterfowl, basking and sporting in the sun. The trees were alive with birds of different plumage, warbling their sweet notes, and delighted with perpetual spring. The fisher and his friend beheld very long lodges, and the celestial inhabitants amusing themselves at a distance. Words cannot express the beauty and charm of the place. The lodges were empty of inhabitants, but they saw them lined with mokuks of different sizes, filled with birds and fowls of different plumage. Ojeeg thought of his son, and immediately commenced cutting open the mokuks and letting out the birds, who descended in whole flocks through the opening which they had made. The warm air of those regions also rushed down through the opening and spread its genial influence over the north. When the celestial inhabitants saw the birds let loose, and the warm gales descending, they raised a shout like thunder, and ran for their lodges. But it was too late. Spring, summer, and autumn had gone. Even perpetual summer had almost all gone. But they separated it with a blow, and only a part descended. But the ends were so mangled that wherever it prevails among the lower inhabitants, it is always sickly. When the wolverine heard the noise, he made for the opening and safely descended. Not so the fisher. Anxious to fulfill his son's wishes, he continued to break open the mocucks. He was at last obliged to run also, but the opening was now closed by the inhabitants. He ran with all his might over the plains of heaven, and it would appear took a northerly direction. He saw his pursuers so close that he had to climb the first large tree that he came to. They commenced shooting at him with their arrows, but without effect, for all his body was invulnerable except the space of about an inch near the tip of his tail. At last one of the arrows hit the spot, for he had in this chase assumed the shape of the fisher after whom he was named. He looked down from the tree and saw some among his assailants with the totems of his ancestors. He claimed relationship and told them to desist, which they only did at the approach of night. He then came down to try and find an opening in the celestial plane by which he might descend to the earth, but he could find none. At last, becoming faint from the loss of blood from the wound on his tail, he laid himself down toward the north of the plain, and stretching out his limbs said, "I have fulfilled my promise to my son, though it has cost me my life. But I die satisfied in the idea that I have done so much good, not only for him, but for my fellow beings. Hereafter I will be a sign to the inhabitants below for ages to come, who will venerate my name for having succeeded in procuring the varying seasons. They will now have from 8 to 10 moons without snow." He was found dead next morning, but they left him as they found him, with the arrow sticking in his tail, as it can be plainly seen at this time in the heavens. The Legend of Maui, Polynesian. Once, when his relations were all dancing in the great house of assembly, they found out who he was. For little Maui, the infant, crept into the house and went and sat behind one of his brothers, and hid himself, so when their mother counted her children that they might stand up ready for the dance, she said, 1, that's Maui Taha. 2, that's Maui Roto. 3, that's Maui Pae. 4, that's Maui Wahoo. And then she saw another and cried out, "Hello, where did this fifth come from?" Then little Maui the infant answered, "Ah, I'm your child too." Then the mother counted them all over again and said, "Oh no, there ought to be only 4 of you. Now for the first time I've seen you." Then little Maui and his mother stood for a long time disputing about this in the very middle of the ranks of all the dancers. At last she got angry and cried out, "Come, you, be off now. Out of the house at once. You are no child of mine. You belong to someone else." Then little Maui spoke out quite boldly and said, "Very well, I'd better be off then, for I suppose, as you say it, I must be the child of some other person. But indeed I did think I was your child when I said so, because I knew I was born by the side of the sea, and was thrown by you into the foam of the surf, after you had wrapped me up in a long tress of your hair, which you cut off for the purpose. Then the seaweed formed and fashioned me, as, caught in its long tangles, the ever-heaving surges of the sea rolled me, folded as I was in them, from side to side. At length the breezes and squalls which blew from the ocean drifted me on shore again, and the soft jellyfish of the long sandy beaches rolled themselves round me to protect me. Then again myriads of flies buzzed about me, and flocks of birds collected round me to tear me to pieces. But at that moment appeared there also my great ancestor, Tama Nui Kiterangi, and he saw the flies and birds collected in clusters and flocks above the jellyfish, and behold, within there lay a human being. And he caught me up and carried me to his house, and he hung me up in the roof that I might feel the warm smoke and the heat of the fire. So I was saved alive by the kindness of that old man. At last I grew, and then I heard of the fame of the dancing of this great house of assembly. It was that which brought me here. But ever since I can remember, I have heard the names of these your firstborn children, as you have been calling them over until this very night, when I again heard you repeating them. In proof of this, I will now recite your names to you, my brothers. You are Maui Taha, and you are Maui Roto, and you are Maui Pae, and you are Maui Wahoo. And as for me, I'm little Maui the baby, and here I am sitting before you." When his mother, Turanga, heard all this, she cried out, "You dear little child, you are indeed my last born. Therefore I now tell you your name shall be Maui Tiki Tiki o Turanga." And he was called by that name. It was now night, but early in the morning Turanga rose up, and suddenly, in a moment of time, she was gone from the house where her children were. As soon as they woke up, they looked all about to no purpose, as they could not see her. The elder brothers knew she had left them, and were accustomed to it. But the little child was exceedingly vexed, yet he thought, "I cannot see her, 'tis true, but perhaps she is only gone to prepare some food for us." No, no, she was off, far, far away. Now, at nightfall, when their mother came back to them, her children were dancing and singing as usual. As soon as they had finished, she called to her last-born, "Come here, my child, let us sleep together." So they slept together, but as soon as day dawned, she disappeared. The little fellow now felt quite suspicious at such strange proceedings on the part of his mother every morning. So at length, another night, he crept out of bed in the night and stole his mother's apron, her belt, and clothes, and hid them. Then he went and stopped up every crevice in the wooden window and in the doorway, so that the light of the dawn might not shine into the house, and make his mother hurry to get up. But after he had done this, his little heart still felt very anxious and uneasy, lest his mother should, in her impatience, rise in the darkness and defeat his plans. But the night dragged its slow length along without his mother moving. At last there came the faint light of early morn, but his mother still slept on. Then the sun rose up and mounted far up above the horizon. Now at last his mother moved and began to think to herself, "What kind of night can this be to last so long?" And having thought thus, she dropped to sleep again. Again she awoke and began to think to herself, but could not tell that it was broad daylight outside, as the window and every chink in the house were stopped up closely. At last up she jumped, and finding herself without her clothes or her belt or her apron, she ran and pulled out the things with which the windows and chinks in the doors were stopped up, and whilst doing so, oh dear, there she saw the sun high up in the heavens. Then she snatched up, as she ran off, the old flax cloak with which the door of the house had been stopped up, and carried it off as her only covering. Getting at last outside the house, she hurried away and ran crying at the thought of having been so badly treated by her own children. As soon as his mother got outside the house, little Maui jumped up, and kneeling upon his hands and knees, peeped after her through the doorway into the bright light. Whilst he was watching her, she reached down to a clump of rushes, and snatching it up from the ground, dropped into a hole underneath it, and clapping the rushes into the hole again, as if it were its covering, so disappeared. Then little Maui jumped on his feet, and as hard as he could go, ran out of the house, pulled up the clump of rushes, and peeping down, discovered a beautiful open cave running quite deep into the earth. He covered up the hole again and returned to the house, and waking up his brothers, who were still sleeping, said, "Come, come, my brothers, rouse up. You have slept long enough. Come, get up. Here we are again cajoled by our mother." Then his brothers made haste and got up. Alas, alas, the sun was quite high up in the heavens. The little Maui now asked his brothers again, "Where do you think the place is where our father and mother dwell?" And they answered, "How should we know? We have never seen it. Although we are Maui Taha and Maui Roto and Maui Paie and Maui Wahu, we have never seen the place. And do you think you can find that place which you are so anxious to see? What does it signify to you? Cannot you stop quietly with us? What do we care about our father or about our mother? Did she feed us with food till we grew up to be men? Not a bit of it. Why, without doubt, Rangi, or the heaven, is our father, who kindly sent his offspring down to us. Hue Wena, or gentle breezes to cool the earth, and young plants, and Hue Ma Ringi Ringi, or mists to moisten them, and Hua Ma Roto Roto, or fine weather to make them grow, and Tonarangi, or rain to water them, and Tomayi Rangi, or dews to nourish them. He gave these his offspring to cause our food to grow, and then Papa Tuanuku, or the earth, made her seeds to spring and grow forth, and provide sustenance for her children in this long-continuing world. Little Maui then answered, "What you say is truly quite correct, but such thoughts and sayings would better become me than you, for in the foaming bubbles of the sea I was nursed and fed. It would please me better if you would think over and remember the time when you were nursed at your mother's breast. It could not have been until after you had ceased to be nourished by her milk that you could have eaten the kinds of food you have mentioned. As for me, oh, my brothers, I have never partaken either of her milk or of her food. Yet I love her for this single reason alone, that she is my mother, and because I love her, I wish to know the place where she and my father dwell." His brothers felt quite surprised and pleased with their little brother when they heard him talk in this way. And when, after a little time, they had recovered from their amazement, they told him to try and find their father and mother. So he said he would go. It was a long time ago that he had finished his first labor, for when he first appeared to his relatives in their house of singing and dancing, he had on that occasion transformed himself into the likeness of all manner of birds, of every bird in the world, and yet no single form that he then assumed had pleased his brothers. But now, when he showed himself to them, transformed into the semblance of a pigeon, his brothers said, "Ah, now indeed, O brother, you do look very well indeed. Very beautiful, much more beautiful than you looked in any of the other forms you assumed when you first discovered yourself to us." What made him look so beautiful now were the belt and apron he had stolen from his mother. The shining white upon his breast was her belt, the glossy black feathers at his throat the fastening to the belt. Then off he flew until he came to the clump of rushes, closing the opening of the cave into which his mother had disappeared. Then down he went into the cave, shutting up its mouth with the rushes so as to hide the entrance. Away he flew, very fast indeed, and twice he dipped his wing, because the cave was narrow. Soon he reached nearly to the bottom of the cave and flew along it. And again, because the cave was so narrow, he dipped first one wing and then the other. But the cave now widened, and he dashed straight on. At last he saw a party of people coming along under a grove of trees. They were a special kind of tree called monopen trees that belonged to the country. Maui, flying on, perched upon the top of one of these trees, under which the people had seated themselves, and when he saw his mother lying down on the grass by the side of her husband, he guessed at once who they were, and he thought, "Ah, there sit my father and mother right under me." And he soon heard their names as they were called to by their friends who were sitting with them. Then the pigeon hopped down and perched on another spray a little lower, and pecked off one of the berries of the tree and dropped it gently down, and hit the father with it on the forehead. And some of the party said, "Was it a bird which threw that down?" But the father said, "Oh no, it was only a berry that fell by chance." Then the pigeon again pecked off some of the berries from the tree and threw them down with all its force, and struck both father and mother, so that he really hurt them, and they cried out, and the whole party jumped up and looked into the tree, and as the pigeon began to coo, they soon found out from the noise where it was sitting amongst the leaves and branches. And the whole of them, the chiefs and common people alike, caught up stones to pelt the pigeon with, but they threw for a very long time without hitting it. At last the father tried to throw a stone at it. Ah, he struck it, but Maui had himself contrived that he should be struck by the stone which his father threw, for but by his choice no one could hit him. He was struck exactly upon his left leg, and down he fell, and as he lay fluttering and struggling upon the ground, they all ran to catch him. But lo, the pigeon had turned into a man. Then all those who saw him were frightened at his fierce, glaring eyes, which were red as if painted with red ochre, and they said, "Oh, it is now no wonder that he so long sat still up in the tree. Had he been a bird, he would have flown off long before, but he is a man." And some of them said, "No, indeed, rather a god," Just look at his form and appearance. The like has never been seen before since Rangi and Papatuanuku were torn apart." Then Turaga said, "I used to see one who looked like this person every night when I went to visit my children. But what I saw then excelled what I see now. Just listen to me." Then she told the story of Maui as he had told it to her and his brothers himself. Then Turanga asked Maui, who was sitting near her, "Where do you come from? From the west?" And he answered, "No." "From the northeast, then?" "No." "From the southeast, then?" "No." "From the south, then?" "No." "Was it the wind which blows upon me, the wind that brought you here to me?" When she asked this, he opened his mouth and answered, "Yes." And she cried out, "Oh, this then is indeed my child." And she said, "Are you Maui Taha?" He answered, "No." Then said she, "Are you Maui Tiki Tiki o Turanga?" And he answered, "Yes." And she cried aloud, "This is indeed my child. By the winds and storms and wave-uplifting gales he was fashioned and became a human being. Welcome, O my child, welcome. By you shall hereafter be climbed the threshold of the house of your great ancestor Hini Nui Tepo, and death shall thenceforth have no power over man." This prophecy, however, was not fulfilled, for when the time came for him to encounter Hui Nui Tepo, he was himself killed. Maui, after these things, returned to his brother to tell them that he had found his parents and to explain where they dwelt. The young hero, Maui, had not been long at home with his brothers when he began to think that it was too soon after the rising of the sun that it became night again, and that the sun again sank down below the horizon every day, every day. In the same manner the days appeared too short to him. So at last one day he said to his brothers, "Let us now catch the sun in a noose, so that we may compel him to move more slowly, in order that mankind may have long days to labor in to procure subsistence for themselves." But they answered him, "Why, no man could approach it on account of its warmth and the fierceness of its heat." But the young hero said to them, "Have you not seen the multitude of things I have already achieved? Did I not by degrees transform myself into every bird in the world, small or great? And did I not after all this again assume the form of a man? As for that feat, I accomplished it by enchantments, and I will by the same means accomplish also this other thing which I have in mind." When his brothers heard this, they consented to aid him in his conquest of the sun. Then they began to spin and twist ropes to form a noose to catch the sun in, and in doing this they discovered the mode of plaiting flax into stout, square-shaped ropes, and the manner of plaiting flat ropes, and of spinning round ropes. And at last they finished making all the ropes they required. Then Maui took up his enchanted weapon, and he took his brothers with him, and they carried their provisions, ropes, and other things with them in their hands. They traveled all night, and as soon as day broke they halted in the desert, and hid themselves that they might not be seen by the sun. And at night they renewed their journey, and before dawn they halted and hid themselves again. At length they got very far to the eastward, and came to the very edge of the place out of which the sun rises. Then they set to work and built on each side of this place a long high wall of clay, with huts of boughs of trees at each end to hide themselves in. When these were finished, they made the loops of the noose, and the brothers of Maui then lay in wait on one side of the place out of which the sun rises, and Maui himself lay in wait upon the other side. The young hero held in his hand his enchanted weapon, the jawbone of his ancestress, and said to his brothers, "Mind now, keep yourselves hid, and do not go showing yourselves foolishly to the sun. If you do, you will frighten him. But wait patiently until his head and forelegs have got well into the snare. Then I will shout. You haul away as hard as you can on the ropes on both sides, and then I'll rush out and attack him. But do you keep your ropes tight for a good long time, until he is nearly dead, when we will let him go. But mind now, my brothers, do not let him move you to pity with his shrieks and screams." At last the sun came rising up out of his place, like a fire spreading far and wide over the mountains and forests. He rises up, his head passes through the noose, and it takes in more and more of his body until his forepaws pass through. Then the ropes are pulled tight, and the monster begins to struggle and roll himself about, whilst the snare jerks backward and forward as he struggles. Ah, is he not held fast in the ropes of his enemies? Then forth rushes that bold hero, Maui Tiki Tiki o Turanga, with his enchanted weapon. Alas! The sun screams aloud, he roars. Maui strikes him fiercely with many blows. They hold him for a long time. At last they let him go, and then weak from wounds the sun creeps slowly along its course. Then men learned the second name of the sun, for in its agony the sun screamed out, "Why am I thus smitten by you? Oh, man, do you know what you are doing? Why should you wish to kill Tama Nui Tera?" At last they let him go. Oh, then Tama Nui Tera went very slowly and feebly on his course. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 4. Mother Myths and Child Myths. The infant Heracles, Greek. When Heracles, Roman Hercules, was a very wee child, not more than 10 months old, he performed a marvelous feat which was a worthy sample of the vast labors he was to accomplish during his life. His mother, Alcmene, took him and his younger brother Iphicles, gave them both their bath and their evening feast of milk, and then tucked them safely away in their cradle, which was not an ordinary one by any means, but a magnificent bronze shield which their father, Amphitryon, had taken from his fallen enemy, Tyrrhelas. Then the mother stroked her little children's heads and said to them, "Sleep, my little ones, a light, delicious sleep. Sleep, soul of mine, 2 brothers, babes unharmed. Blessed be your sleep, and blessed may ye come to the dawn." And as she spoke, she rocked the huge shield back and forth, and soon they both fell asleep. But just at midnight, when the constellation of the Great Bear wheeled round toward the constellation of Orion that shows his mighty shoulder, Ira, Roman, Juno, sent forth two horrible monsters, two snakes with bristling coils of azure. She urged them against the broad threshold of the house door, intending that they should devour the young child Heracles. Then the serpents crawled, writhing along the ground, and ever from their eyes shone a baleful fire as they came, and they spat out their deadly venom. But when with their flickering tongues they were drawing near the children, then Alcmene's dear babies wakened, by the will of Zeus that knows all things, and there was a bright light in the chamber. Then one of the children, Iphicles, straightway screamed out, when he beheld the hideous monsters above the hollow shield, and saw their pitiless fangs, and eager to flee from them, he kicked off the woolen coverlet with his feet. But Heracles set his force against them, and grasped them with his hands, holding them as in a bond, having got them by the throat, wherein lies the evil venom, detested even by the gods of baleful snakes. Then the serpents, in their turn, wound their coils about the young child, the child unweaned, who never wept in his nursling days. But again they relaxed their spines on account of the pain, and strove to find some issue from the grasp of iron. Alcmene awoke first, hearing the cry. "Arise, Amphitryon, for numbing fear lays hold of me. Arise, nor stay to put on thy shoes. Dost thou not hear how loud the younger child is wailing? And though it is the depth of night, the walls are all plain to see as in the clear dawn. I know there is some strange thing within the house, my dearest lord." Thus she spoke, and at his wife's bidding Amphitryon stepped down out of his bed of cedar, making for his richly ornamented sword, which he always kept hanging on a pin above his bed. Just as he was reaching out for his new woven belt, and lifting with his other hand the mighty sheath of lotus wood, lo, the wide chamber was filled again with night. Then he called aloud to his servants, who were sleeping soundly, "Lights! Bring lights as quick as may be from the hearth, my servants, and thrust back the strong bolts of the doors. Arise, serving men, stout of heart, your master calls you." Then quickly came the serving men with burning torches, filling the whole house. When they saw the young child Heracles clutching the two snakes in his tender grasp, they all cried out and smote their hands together. But Heracles displayed the creeping things to his father Amphitryon, and leaped on high in his childish glee, and laughing at his father's feet he laid them down, the dread monsters fallen on the sleep of death. Then Alcmene took Iphicles, dry-eyed and wan with fear, and laid him in her own bosom. But Amphitryon placed the other child beneath a lamb's wool coverlet, and betook himself again to his rest. The cocks had barely sung their third welcome to the earliest dawn, when Alcmene called forth the seer Tiresias, who cannot lie, and told him of the new portent, and bade him declare what things should come to pass. Nay, even if the gods devise some mischief, do not in pity conceal it from me. Let me remind thee what thou well knowest, that mortals may not escape the doom that fate speeds from her spindle." Thus the queen spoke, and he answered, "Be of good cheer, daughter of Perseus, woman that hast borne the noblest of children. For by the sweet light that long hath left mine eyes, I swear that many Achaean women, as they card the soft wool about their knees, shall sing at eventide of Alcamene's name, and thou shalt be honorable among the women of Argos. Such a man, even this thy son, shall mount to the starry firmament, the hero, broad of breast, the master of all wild beasts and of all mankind. 12 labors is he fated to accomplish, and thereafter to dwell in the house of Zeus. The story of the child Hermes, Greek. The little child god Hermes was born at the first peep of day in a rocky cavern overshadowed by a beautiful grove of ancient trees. He was so remarkable a child that he began playing on the lyre at noon, and the very same evening he stole away the herds of Phoebus Apollo. He sprang from the arms of his mother, Maia, nor could she keep him in his sacred cradle, nor from creeping forth to seek the herds of Apollo. Wandering forth from the lofty cavern, he found a tortoise, and cried out, "What a treasure!" Before the portal, the little beast was depasturing the flowery herbage at his leisure, moving his feet in a deliberate measure over the turf. Hermes, eyeing him and laughing, exclaimed, "You are a useful godsend indeed to me, king of the dance, companion of the feast, lovely in all your nature. Welcome, you excellent plaything. Where, sweet mountain beast, did you get that speckled shell? Thus much I know, you must come home with me and be my guest. You will give joy to me, and I will do all that is in my power to honor you. Better to be at home than out of doors, so come with me. And though it has been said that when alive you defend from magic power, I know you will sing sweetly when you are dead." Having spoken, this quaint infant lifted the tortoise up from the grass upon which it was feeding, and grasping it tightly in his delighted hold, carried off his treasured prize into the cavern. He then scooped out all the inside of the tortoise, leaving only the shell. Then, through the shell, he bored small holes at proper distances, and fastened within the cut stems of reeds and a bridge over which he stretched the strings. When he had made this lovely instrument, he tried the chords, and brought forth beautiful music. He hit the strings with a little instrument called the plectrum, and lo, up from beneath his hand there went a tumult sweet of mighty sounds, and from his lips he sent a strain of unpremeditated wit, joyous and wild and wanton, such as you may hear among revelers on a holiday. He sang a lovely song in honor of his mother Maia, but while he was singing, he was suddenly seized with a new fancy. So he deposited in his sacred crib the hollow lyre, and from the sweet cavern rushed with great leaps up to the mountain's head, revolving in his mind some subtle feat of thievish craft, such as a swindler might devise in the lone season of dim night. The great sun had driven his steeds and chariot under the ocean's bed. Meanwhile, the child strode over the Pierian mountains, clothed in shadows, where the immortal oxen of the god are pastured in the flowering unmown meadows, and safely stalled in a remote abode. Elate and proud, he drove 50 from the herd, lowing aloud. He drove them wandering over the sandy way, but being of a crafty disposition, he drove them backward and forward astray, so that the tracks which seemed before were aft. Then he threw his sandals into the ocean spray, and for each foot he wrought a kind of raft of tamarisk, and tamarisk-like sprigs, and bound them in a lump with withy twigs. And on his feet he tied these sandals light, so that the trail of the wide leaves might confuse his tracks. And then a self-sufficing wight, like a man hastening on some distant way, he from Payira's mountain bent his flight. But an old man perceived the infant pass down green on chestus heaped like beds with grass. The old man stood, dressing his sunny vine. "Halloo, old fellow with the crooked shoulder, you grub those stumps? Before they will bear wine, methinks even you must grow a little older. Attend, I pray, to this advice of mine, if you would escape something which might appall a bolder man. Seeing, see not, and hearing, hear not. And, if you have understanding, understand." So saying, Hermes roused the oxen vast. Over shadowy mountain and resounding dell, and flower-paven plains, great Hermes passed, till the black night divine, which favouring fell around his steps, grew grey, and morning fast wakened the world to work, and from her sea-strewn cell the sublime morn had just begun to climb into her watchtower. Now to Alpheus he drove all the broad four-headed oxen of the sun. They came unwearied to the lofty stall, and to the water troughs which ever run through the fresh fields, and when every one had been pastured with rush grass tall, lotus, and all sweet herbage, the great god drove them into the stall. Hermes then heaped a mighty pile of wood, and then bethought him how to produce fire. He took 2 smooth laurel branches, stripped off the bark, and rubbed them in his palms. Suddenly the burning vapor leaped forth on high, which the divine child saw with delight. And fine dry logs and numerous roots he gathered in a delve upon the ground and kindled them. And instantaneously the strength of the fierce flames was breathed around, and while the might of the glorious fire thus wrapped the great pile with glare and roaring sound, Hermes dragged forth 2 heifers, lowing loud, close to the fire. Such might was in the god. He threw them on their backs upon the earth, and rolled them over and over, and bored their lives out. Then he cut up the fat and flesh, and placed the 2 on spits of wood before the fire, toasting their flesh and ribs. And while this was being done, he stretched their hides over a craggy stone. This was a burnt offering to the gods, but the savour of the roasted meat tempted him sorely, though immortal, but he repressed the desire to taste it, and put not a single morsel into his mouth. Then he removed every trace of the fresh butchery and cooking, so that it seemed all to have vanished through the sky. He burned the hoofs and horns and head and hair. The insatiate fire devoured them hungrily. And when he saw that everything was clear, he quenched the coals and trampled the black dust, and tossed into the stream his bloody sandals. All night he worked in the serene moonshine, but when the light of day was spread abroad, he sought his natal mountain peaks. On his long wandering, neither man nor god had met him, since he killed Apollo's kine, nor had a single house-dog barked at him on his road. Now he passed obliquely through the keyhole, like a thin mist or an autumnal blast. Right through the temple of the spacious cave he went with soft light feet, as if his tread fell not on earth. Then he crept quickly to his cradle and spread the swaddling clothes about him. And the knave lay playing with the covering of the bed, with his left hand about his knees, and the right hand holding his beloved tortoise lear tight. There he lay, innocent as a new-born child, as gossips say. But though he was a god, the goddess, his fair mother, was not deceived, and knew all that he had been doing while away. So she said to him, "Whence come you, and what wild adventures have you had, you cunning rogue? Where have you been all night long, clothed in your impudence? What have you done since you departed hence? Apollo will soon pass within this gate, and bind your tender body in a chain inextricably tight and fast as fate, unless you can delude the god again. A pretty torment are you for gods and men." "Dear mother," the sly Hermes replied, "why scold and bother as if I were like other babies of my age, and understood nothing? I have hatched a scheme in my subtle brain, which, while the sacred stars round heaven are rolled, will profit you and me. Nor shall our lot be as you counsel, without gifts or food, to spend our lives in this obscure abode. We will leave this shadow-peopled cave and live among the gods, and pass each day in high communion, sharing their great wealth, and from the portion which Jove gave to Phoebus I will snatch my share away. And if he should find me out, I'll countermine him by a deeper plan. I'll pierce the Pythian temple walls, though stout, and sack the fane of everything I can, cauldrons and tripods, each golden cup and every brazen pan, all the wrought tapestries and the gay garments." So they talked together. Meanwhile the day, ethereal born, arose out of the flood of flowing ocean, bearing light to men. Apollo passed toward the sacred wood, which from the inmost depths of its green glen echoes the voice of Neptune. And there stood on the same spot in the green Onchestus that same old man, the vine-dresser, who was employed hedging his vineyard there. Latona's glorious son began, "Pray tell me, ancient hedger of Onchestus green, whether a drove of kine has passed this way, all heifers with crooked horns? For they have been stolen from the herd in high Pieria, where a black bull was fed apart between two woody mountains in a neighboring glen, though 4 fierce dogs guarded them. And what is strange, the author of this theft has stolen all the fatted heifers, but the 4 dogs and the black bull are left. They were stolen last night at set of sun, of their soft beds and their sweet food bereft. Now tell me, old man, born before the world began, have you seen anyone pass with the cows?" The old man replied, "My friend, it would require no common skill justly to speak of everything I see. On various purposes of good or ill, many pass by my vineyard, and for me it is difficult to know the invisible thoughts which may be in all those many minds. Thus much alone I can certainly say. I tilled these vines until the decline of day, and then I thought I saw, but dare not speak with certainty of such a wondrous thing, a child who could scarcely have been born a week, closely following those fair horned cattle. and in his hand he held a polished stick, and, as on purpose, he walked wavering from one side to the other of the road, and with his face turned in the opposite direction from his steps. Apollo, hearing this, passed quickly on. No winged omen could have shown more clearly who it was. So Apollo wrapped a purple atmosphere around his shoulders, and like fire went to famous Pylos, seeking his kind there. He found their tracks yet hardly cold, and cried, "What wonder do my eyes behold? Here are the footsteps of the horned herd turned back toward their fields of asphodel. But these are not the tracks of beast or bird, gray wolf or bear, or lion of the dell, or manned centaur. Sand was never stirred by man or woman thus. Inexplicable. Who with unwearied feet ever could impress the sand with such enormous vestiges?" Having spoken thus, Phoebus impetuously sought high Selene's forest-cinctured hill, and the deep cavern where dark shadows lie, the home of Hermes. A delightful odor from the dew was all about, and Phoebus stooped under the craggy roof arched over the dark cavern. Maia's child perceived from afar that he came angry about the cows that had been stolen. Then Hermes piled over him his fine and fragrant swaddling clothes. There he lay like a burning spark covered, beneath the ashes cold and dark, an infant who had sucked his fill and now was newly washed and put to bed, awake but courting sleep with weary will. And gathered in a lump, hands, feet, and head, he lay, and his beloved tortoise still he grasped and held under his shoulder blade. Phoebus knew the lovely mountain goddess, not less her subtle, swindling baby, who lay swathed in his sly wiles. He looked sharp round every crook of the ample cavern for his kine, and when he saw them not, he took the glittering key and opened 3 hollow recesses in the rock, where many a nook was filled with sweet food immortals swallow, and mighty heaps of silver and of gold were piled within, a wonder to behold, and white and silver robes all overwrought with cunning workmanship. Except among the gods there can be naught in the wide world to be compared with it. Latona's offspring, after having sought his herds in every corner, thus greeted great Hermes. "Little cradled rogue, tell me about my illustrious heifers. Where are they? Speak quickly, or a quarrel between us must rise, and the event will be that I shall haul you into dismal Tartarus, in fiery gloom to dwell eternally. Nor shall your father nor your mother loose the bars of that black dungeon. Utterly you shall be cast out from the light of day, unblessed as they to rule the ghosts of men." Hermes slyly answered, "Son of great Latona, what a speech is this? Why come you here to ask me what has been done with the wild oxen which it seems you miss? I have not seen them, nor from anyone have I heard a word of the whole business. If you should promise an immense reward, I could not tell you more. A stealer of oxen should be both tall and strong, and I am but a little newborn thing, who yet at least can think of nothing wrong. My business is to suck and sleep and fling the cradle clothes about me all day long, or half asleep hear my sweet mother sing, and to be washed in water clean and warm, and hushed and kissed and kept secure from harm. Oh, let not this quarrel ever be heard of, for the astounded gods would laugh at you for telling a story so absurd as that a new-born infant could fare forth out of his home after a savage herd. I was born yesterday. My small feet are too tender for the road so hard and rough. And if you think that this is not enough, I swear a great oath that I stole not your cows, and that I know of no one else who might or could or did. Whatever things cows are, I do not know, for I have only heard the name." This said, he winked as fast as could be, and his brow was all wrinkled, and he gave a loud whistle like one who hears some strange absurdity. Apollo gently smiled and said, "Ay, ay, you cunning little rascal, you will bore many a rich man's house, and your array of thieves will lay their siege before his door, silent as night, in night, and many a day in the wild glens rough shepherds will deplore that you or yours, having an appetite, met with their cattle. And this among the gods shall be your gift, to be the lord of those who steal and swindle." Apollo seized him then. "What do you mean to do to me, you unkind god?" said Hermes. "Is it about these cows you tease me so? I wish the race of cows were perished. I did not steal your cows. I don't even know what things cows are. Alas, I well may sigh that since I came into this world of woe, I should ever have heard of one." Thus Phoebus and the vagrant Hermes talked without coming to an explanation. Hermes continued to try and cheat Apollo with lies and roguery, but when no evasion served, he proposed to appeal to Jove to judge between them. Hermes paced first over the sandy ground, and he of the silver bow followed, and from Jove's equal balance they did require a judgment in the cause wherein they strove. As they came over odorous Olympus and its snows, a murmuring tumult arose, and from the folded depths of the great hill, while Hermes and Apollo reverent stood before Jove's throne, the indestructible immortals rushed in mighty multitude, and while their seats in order due they filled, the lofty thunderer in a careless mood to Phoebus said, "Whence drive you this sweet prey, this herald baby born but yesterday? A most important subject, trifler, this to lay before the gods." "Nay, father, nay. When you have understood the business, say not that I alone am fond of prey. I found this little boy in a recess in Selene's mountains far away, a manifest and most apparent thief, a scandalmonger beyond all belief. I never saw his like either in heaven or earth for knavery or craft. Out of the field yestereven, by the low shore on which the loud sea laughed, he had driven my cattle right down to the river ford. The cattle's track on the black dust is fully evident, as if they went toward the place from which they came, that asphodel meadow in which I feed my many herds. The child's steps were most incomprehensible. I know not how I can describe in words those tracks. He could not have gone either upon his feet or his hands. He must have had some strange mode of moving on. Those immense vestiges, as I traced them on the sandy road, seemed like the trail of oak toppings, but thence the hard ground gave no mark or track denoting where they trod. But working at his fence, an old man saw him as he passed to Pylos with the cows in fiery haste. I found that in the dark he had quietly sacrificed some cows, and before light had thrown the ashes all dispersedly about the road. Then, still as gloomy night, he crept into his cradle, rubbing either eye and cogitating some new trick. No eagle could have seen him as he lay hid in his cavern. I taxed him with the fact when he declared most solemnly that he had neither seen nor in any manner heard of my lost cows, whatever things cows be, nor could he tell, though offered a reward of any one who could tell me about them. Then Phoebus sat down, and Hermes addressed the supreme Lord of gods and men. Great Father, you know well beforehand that all I shall say is truth, for I am totally unacquainted with untruth. At sunrise Phoebus came, but with no band of gods to bear him witness, in great wrath to my abode, seeking his heifers there, and declaring that I must show him where they are, or he would hurl me down the dark abyss. I know that every limb of Apollo is clothed with speed and might and manliness, as a green bank with flowers. But unlike him, I was born yesterday, and you may guess he knew this well when he indulged the whim of bullying a poor little new-born thing that slept and never thought of cow-driving. Am I like a strong fellow who steals kine? This driving of herds is none of mine. I have never wandered across my threshold. I reverence the divine Sun and the gods and you, and care even for this hard accuser, who must know I am as innocent as they or you. I swear by these most gloriously wrought portals through which the multitude of the immortals pass and repass forever, day and night, devising schemes for the affairs of mortals, that I am guiltless. And Hermes winked, as if now his adversary was silenced, and Jove, according to his wont, laughed heartily to hear the subtle-witted infant give such a plausible account. But he remitted judgment for the time, and sent them forth to seek the stolen cows. Hermes was truthfully to lead the way and show where he had hidden the mighty heifers. Then they hastened to Pylos and the wide pastures and lofty stalls by the Alphean ford, where wealth in the mute night is multiplied with silent growth. While Hermes drove the herd out of the stony cavern, Phoebus spied the hides of those the little babe had slain, stretched high upon the precipice. How was it possible, then Phoebus asked, that you, a little child born yesterday, a thing on mother's milk and kisses fed, could have slain these two prodigious heifers? Ever I may well dread hereafter your prowess when you grow strong and tall. He spoke, and bound stiff withy bands around the infant's wrists. He might as well have bound the wild oxen. The withy bands, though starkly interknit, fell at the feet of the immortal child, loosened by some device of his quick wit. Phoebus was again deceived, and stared while Hermes sought some hole, looking askance and winking fast, as though where he might hide himself. But suddenly he changed his plans, and with a strange skill subdued Apollo by the might of winning music. His left hand held the lyre, and in his right the plectrum struck the chords. Unconquerable, up from beneath his hands in circling flight the gathering music rose, and sweet as love the penetrating notes did live and move within the heart of great Apollo. He listened with all his soul and laughed for pleasure. The unabashed boy stood close to his side, harping fearlessly, and to the measure of this sweet lyre there followed loud and free his joyous voice, for he unlocked the treasure of his deep song, illustrating the birth of the bright gods and the dark desert earth, and how to the immortals every one a portion was assigned of all that is. But chief did clothe Maia's son Mnemosyne in the light of his loud melodies, and as each god was born or had begun, he in their order due and fit degrees sang of his birth and being, and did move Apollo to unutterable love. These words he spoke: "You heifer-stealing schemer, well do you deserve that 50 oxen should requite such minstrelsies as I have heard even now. Comrade of feasts, little contriving wight, one of your secrets I would gladly know, whether the glorious power you now show forth was folded up within you at your birth, or whether mortal taught or God inspired your skill in song?" And Hermes replied, "Wisely hast thou inquired of my skill. Jove has given to thee also divinest gifts. By thee the depths of his far voice are understood. By thee the mystery of all oracular fates. Even I, a child, perceive thy might and majesty. Thou canst seek out and compass all that wit can find or teach. Yet, if you wilt, come take the lyre. Be mine the glory giving it. Strike the sweet chords and sing aloud, and wake thy joyous pleasure out of many a fit of tranced sound." The shell he proffered Apollo took, and gave him in return the glittering lash, installing him as herdsman. Hermes flashed a joyous look at him, and then Apollo with the plectrum struck the chords, and from beneath his hands a crash of mighty sounds rushed up, whose music shook the soul with sweetness, and with the lyre his sweeter voice a just accordance kept. End of Chapter 7. Read by Phyllis Vincelli. End of A Guide to Mythology by Helen Clarke.